Just finishing up things here.
Oh, are you not live yet?
Oh, I should be. I'm just sorry. I'm quite quiet. I'm getting a couple things finished. Like post and Discord stuff.
Should that widget just open a blank white screen?
Try refreshing it.
Oh, refresh on the phone. Yeah, it's still black and white.
I should have another one I can send you then. Give me a second. Try that one. See if it's any different.
It's the same.
We'll build this one.
It is also the same.
Ow, damn it. Okay. The program has to go through like a local thing through my computer then. But okay. Oh, you don't need to worry about every chat.
I mean, I usually just pull up
But-
and mute the Twitch stream.
Okay. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, I gotta add your camera. Gruel's comment. Gruel, how you doing? Hey, Stormbreath. Gruel the first. I am once again the first to welcome Timu Doomwick to this humble channel. Bless.
Timu Doomwake. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Not cool.
And no, Jaffer doesn't
That's
stream
not
on Monday.
cool.
No, I am streaming today on a Monday. I did announce it throughout the past couple streams. I just didn't post it anywhere in socials. And I'm running into issues already.
Naturally.
Yeah.
The real issue was not cool, then die.
Who's John? John Wagger. He's been a friend of the channel for a while. He pops up on the stream here and there, and we usually do some brewing together.
Yeah, I guess this can count. It's our not so early access co-stream for
Oh,
Marvel superheroes.
the link you sent me actually isn't the right link.
No?
No. For those who are curious about John, we'll do an introduction about him and everything in a little bit.
I send you. It is the exact same link, copied from a different place.
Oh, so when I open it, it just shows the website. Yeah,
It's only the one. Click the actual link, not the button.
yeah. I'm getting. Please select an option to join. Oh, did you make a room?
No. Are you clicking where it says HTTPS, the
Yeah.
actual address?
Yeah.
Because like when I click that, it seems to work. Try it again.
Nope. I'll show you what I'm getting exactly.
Sometimes I hate this website.
I know. There's a better thing out there. I just haven't looked into it yet. Let me do this.
Just gonna do a new one.
I'm gonna say I can make a room and then get your video view from there. Hey, Gail. Welcome in.
Yeah, try that one.
Okay, too busy. Oh, no, that one didn't work for some reason either. Let me do
All right, you just
this.
want to do, yeah, just do the room.
Yeah.
For such a handy website, it sure does not work when you send the link to people.
At least free, I guess.
That is something.
Yes. If anybody's tuning in watching, I'm getting something ready for the stream. I'm getting John on the stream. We'll do introductions in a minute. It's just we're running into an issue with the website we use. Do you guys not know who John is? First time popping in. Hey, Dermaz, welcome in. Did it link us in New York?
Yes.
Okay.
There.
All right, let me. You're muted. Go. Mute the website just in case. There we go.
I exist.
But I got to figure where to put you now because I have stuff around my camera.
Mm. It's a good point. You could put me right above you.
I got alerts right there, unless I put you in the corner.
Yeah, you could put me right in the corner. Adjust the size a little bit so I don't cover up alerts.
I'm gonna do this real quick, just match the size.
I've taken over the stream, chat.
What I find funny, nobody's like caught on to my sub goal that I have right above my camera, on my camera, and
Well,
some.
I think I'm covering it right
And
now.
you're gonna see it in a second. I'm just adding a thing to your camera. Where is it? There it is. Go to browse, image, documents, streaming stuff, overlays. We're gonna give it the same shape as me. There we go.
Wow.
So the sub goal I have on my camera, nobody's really caught on to it yet. I feel like
What, do you keep adding one every time you get a sub?
it does it automatically.
Okay. I hate that.
How's Ray doing? For anybody that's tuning in, the person that's way above me, that's John. John's been a good friend of mine for a while, and he is a good friend of the channel too. He has been on the pro tour. He used to stream a little bit here and there, and do YouTube, and whenever he streams, it's on over here on my channel. We have a podcast that we were doing for a little bit, and we're kind of talking about maybe getting that going again. But yeah, John and I liked playing Esper Pixie for a while. We worked on it for a little bit together for an RC.
Mm-hmm.
And with Loki, God of Mischief being a card, we wanted to brew it together in the current format.
And we finally found some redeeming qualities of the Marvel set. So they, I don't know. This is a weird set. Like, the limited environment is, well, I'll just say it leaves a lot to be desired. It's the polite way of saying it.
Mm-hmm.
And then for like constructed, like a handful of cards, like we saw with the Mosh Pit event, like there was not really a ton of like movers and shakers from the new set. I
Yep.
think probably the most prominently featured card was Captain Marvel. which is just, you know, Bane Slayer Angel with Flash that can level up essentially. And while that's a, you know, an interesting card and definitely the kind of card that's traditionally been good in standard, it's even in the decks that played it, it, you know, wasn't, you know, exactly super duper amazing all of the time. But
Hmm.
there's definitely some interesting things just like looking at the cards in the set, and I think there's room for innovation still. Like not with this deck, but we see like Namor becoming a bigger and bigger card. Not just in this art, not just in this format, but in others. But I think Loki, which has been seeing a ton of like, you know, brewing space in modern, definitely has some things it can do in standard as well. Specifically, you and I've talked about playing it with like Nurturing Pixie and some Pearl Kieran,
Hmm.
you know, where you're not only triggering it with No More Lies or Tiny Bones joins up, you're also getting to trigger it with those Pixie bounce effects. And since you can do a lot of this stuff with Flash and also on your own turn, you can kind of, you know, maximize that Loki draw trigger. So I'm very
Yeah,
excited to see if we can get it to, you know, not suck.
I am excited to see what we can do here as well. Um, like I really do miss Hopeless Nightmare, and I miss Esper Pixie being actually playable. I know there's been hit or miss like success with Pixie, but like we talked about that. Whenever I see it, I get super excited about it, and I DM you about it, and you kind of go on a little not a tangent, but just a little like reminder message of like, yeah, but remember that's an open decklist environment where you can actually build Pixie to work in that format.
Yeah,
Um,
like Pixie, yeah, Pixie, especially without Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, Hopeless Nightmare was this deck's like proactive game plan. Like Hopeless Nightmare was just good against people with cards in their hand, which
mhm,
is most opponents. You know, on a good day. So like, you know, without that, you know, you're stuck in this weird thing of like cards like Nowhere to Run and like Grim Bauble are not always amazing. So you need to like be careful. Like you can't like keep a hand with, you know, a Grim Bauble and a Nowhere to Run, and then all of a sudden you're playing against like, you know, Jeskai Lessons or something. Right. But like if you had like double momentum breaker on the other hand, you know, you'd actually be feeling pretty great about that hand.
yeah,
So a little, so like, yeah, Pixie's just a deck that benefits from like knowing what you're playing against, so you can make like the correct mulligan decisions and, you know, not keep hands that are just dead.
mhm,
Demir, the deck you have on screen, solves this problem a little bit by, you know, just being a general like a more Kaido based aggro deck, but I do think like in terms of like what we're trying to do, which is enable Loki, it's probably a bit worse,
yeah.
all things considered. In that specific angle, I should say.
I did in Discord just share my screen to you, so that way,
You know, that'll matter. That'll matter in a bit. But
yeah,
I got the I got a few things up.
okay.
Speaking of
Hey,
which,
Angel, welcome to the stream.
but yeah, no, very excited to the first talk some theory because I think there's a lot to talk about, and then you know dive into some matches. We'll pitch you up against some of the format's meanest looking decks.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure I got everything
You know,
working on my
I
side.
commentated, you know, at least the back half of the Mosh Pit event. You know, we talked a little bit after the event. What are some cards here in Marvel that you've been really excited about, uh, Jaffer?
Um, there's not really a whole ton. Like, I do think all the flip superheroes that you can cast with Shiko are really cool, and I would like to
Mhm.
see that deck become real, but feel like it's just probably too slow for the format right now. Um, of like casting the Incredible Hulk from by just exiling Bruce Banner from the graveyard, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Um, I
yeah, you
wanted
know,
to see some kind of like hero deck or villain deck come up, but I feel
mhm.
like that's gonna be more of like maybe a pioneer thing and be probably mostly humans. And I don't know, like standard wise, the Shiku deck as well is hoping to be a thing. The lands, I wish they would have done a little bit more. Now let's say if we go to look at Pioneer, seeing all these new one drop legends, just like legendary humans or type legendary human type or something like that. Because Mox Amber, that does excite me. I do want to try something like that, but not also at not the same time because Mox Amber is stupidly overpriced and needs a reprint.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I agree, mostly. I also kind of wanted to see a hero deck come out of this. Something that actually, this is just like a not like a super big tangent, but something that really annoyed me is you know how when they release like new creature types,
Mm-hmm.
they'll occasionally like go back and errata a bunch of old cards that
Yep.
like. So like, did you know the card Hero of Iroas is not a hero?
Seriously?
Yeah, they did not go back and errata
Oh,
anything for hero or villain as far as I could find.
yeah.
And I find that very annoying because it's like, when they introduced like dog, right? Like they went back and errated a bunch of cards to be dogs and cats and
Mm-hmm.
so on. Every time they come out or, you know, you know, make a creature type that we had things that kind of fall like beast is a great example of this. A lot of things were beasts for a long time, but then they like came out with more specific card types, and so
Mm-hmm.
they've gone back and adjusted them to from just being beasts to being whatever. Same
Mm-hmm.
with dinosaurs. They did that was a very big one they did, and so on. So it's just like the fact that like not only is in standard that they just did not there are not enough heroes to support Heroes Matters the constructed deck.
Yeah.
And then when you get into Pioneer, since they didn't errata any old cards, even a card like Hero of Iroas to be a hero, there's not even like a bunch of random heroes now that you can just play, alongside these new hero support cards. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just to me really annoying that like they didn't go back and do this. Now they could always go back and do this pretty much at any time.
Yeah.
Uh, but really my biggest thing is I feel like, a Heroes Matter deck might come up
Mm-hmm.
like when the next Marvel set comes out, or maybe the Marvel set after that, because we know we're getting one next year and the one year after.
Yeah, I don't think they told us which one we're getting one, but I think we're gonna get an X-Men set for sure. And then there's another Marvel theme that
But
they confirmed.
there's X-Men in this set.
I know. There's also
I know.
Spider-Man in this set.
Yes. Well, remember, the Spider-Man set was originally an aftermath set to this
Yeah.
set. So it makes sense that there was a Spider-Man in this set because,
Mhm.
Lord forbid we don't have more Spider-Men. But I actually think there were multiple Spider-Men in this set, but uh yeah, or Spider-Woman was in this set too, but
No, we had
yeah.
actual normal Spider-Man in the set too. I forgot the exact name, but it was your normal everyday Spider-Man. It did a thing of I think it was like something Save Your Spider-Man or something like that. It went and ETB. You
Spider-Man to the rescue.
Yeah, you gave indestructible to a creature, I think, or you
Yeah,
tap
it's
something
like
down.
you tap it, and then you give another creature, another non-attacking creature you control, uh, indestructible until end of turn. And then we got Spider Woman,
Hmm.
and then there was also I think they reprinted
There was some cards that
the
they reprinted from
yeah
Spider-Man into this set.
into the command, yeah, and some
Yeah,
into the commander set as well.
yeah.
Which you know I don't know if I've shared this thought with you about like one of my biggest problems with these UB sets, especially like something like Marvel, and this was true with Spider-Man and of course and the like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Hmm.
is I find it so painful that like they're sitting here with like an IP as rich as Marvel, right?
Yeah.
And they're just like not telling a Marvel story with the set. It's just dump characters into the card file,
Hmm.
and that's kind of it. Because
Yeah.
like in this set is really bad for it because it's just Marvel superhero. It's like the most generic name of all time.
Hmm.
Uh, it just I wish they would like pick like the Avengers story, like where the Avengers fight Thanos or something, and just do
Hmm.
that as a set, and then do the X-Men like story you can even tie it into like X-Men 97 or something.
Yeah.
And then like Spider-Man, like there's plenty of stories in these worlds you could pick from. Just like pick
Hmm.
one and tell it.
Yep.
Uh, and I think that the stories, I think these sets would actually be like a lot more appreciated, even for IPs that people maybe don't like as much,
Hmm.
or think fit Magic. Because at the very least, we'd still have story spotlight cards and all these things that highlight, specific things. Where right now we have, every
Yeah.
Marvel character ever shoved into a set.
So I have a thought. I want to add to that before we do that. Big Brain, welcome in. Remember gave me flashbacks when you were in middle school. And Aphone Gamer, thanks for the YouTube sub. Bagel on Schmear. Yeah, that got reprinted too. But and also, if you were to get collector boosters of the Marvel set, there was a lot of Spider-Man cards reprinted into the collector boosters.
Yeah,
I think I don't know. I don't remember the reason why. There's many characters in there and try to appeal to anyone who will pay attention as a strat, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
they
it's
got to
not a
make
great
money.
strat.
They got to make money and
Yeah,
stuff. But my
yeah,
thought,
I would argue that my idea would actually make more money, but
yeah,
that's fine.
I feel like it would appeal more to the Magic players that are missing the story building. And I
Yeah,
do like the idea of that. My
yeah,
thought that I want to add on to that is at the least they can do, probably not hire exactly. I mean, they could hire like like somebody that works at Marvel or works with Marvel Comics that writes comic stories, or one of their usual writers, and just do like maybe a couple like mini stories. Doesn't have to be a comic book or anything like that. Just like, um, it could just be like those little article stories that we get on the Wizards website. Um,
yeah, exactly.
and it doesn't
Like it
have
does.
to include our normal. It could just be all the character about the characters in the Marvel set, or they could another route they could go is it'd be a little weird and probably wouldn't be able to because of the IP, but like try to introduce a Wizard of Coast or sorry, Magic character into the story, but it wouldn't be like a canon story
Sure.
to the Magic universe.
I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily hate that idea. I do think that starts to fall apart with like a Star Trek or whatever.
Yeah.
Because like I think like the worlds become a little too, I don't know, far away from like
Hmm.
how magic is in general. But yeah, like just even if it's just like like a yeah, but Edge of Eternities and Star Trek aren't even remotely the same tone. Because like
No.
also the irony that Star Trek is this like embodiment of communism. Fun fact about Star Trek for the chat, it's a communist utopia that they live in. They don't say that outright, but everything they describe and how their society works is a communist utopia. So,
Just a reminder,
uh,
chat. This isn't a political stream. We
but
don't we don't
the
pause.
irony that Star Trek, is commodified as heavily as it is an ultimate irony, and the sort of late stage slop product that we're
Hmm.
seeing with some of these UB sets. Because like I hate calling them that because like I love Magic and I want Magic to succeed even in universes beyond. That's why I'm not a big believer in like just saying, "Oh, I don't think they should do it at all." I used to have that opinion, but it's like I think I've been trying to look at it as it's not that they shouldn't do it; it's that they should do it well, and they're not doing it well.
Hmm.
So not only are they doing a thing that people generally don't like, they're also not doing it particularly well.
Hmm.
Because like I think about like Final Fantasy had that problem of like it was like there's 16 mainline Final Fantasy games and I get like maybe the first four don't, or even five don't necessarily have the most substance of a story, but you know, it's like you could make a whole game, you could make a whole set, like not like a massive set out of just like Final Fantasy 7. You could make a reasonable set out of 6 or like an aftermath set about 6. You could do a like a pixel remaster set, for example, where it's just all of the pixel based games. You know, even 8 has enough to make its own set. 9 has more than enough to make its own set. 10, you know, all
Hmm.
these games could have realistically, even if all you did was tell the story of that game and really get into it, like I think you would have appealed to a lot of people. Um, and then like it's even more so for like Marvel, like because like there's like you can't even count how many unique Marvel stories, right? Let alone all of the characters within just a single story. Like, I would love it if they did like. I get why they couldn't do like a Daredevil set, but they could definitely do a Defender set or a
Hmm.
Midnight Suns, you know, or they could do. I get why they would just do the Avengers, right,
Yeah.
or just the X-Men. Like that would be a lot of fun, and I think people would enjoy it. Or even like with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they could have done probably a whole set just about the last Ronin.
Hmm.
I also think that the other thing I hope that they shift towards with maybe some of these sets is not every UB set needs to be a big set.
Hmm.
Um, and they should just like maybe focus the design of like some of the UB sets to just be like 100 to 120 card mini sets that are really meant for constructed.
I do believe
Uh,
that they're going to be saying something about the sets for the in-universe sets for next year at MagicCon Amsterdam this
yeah.
upcoming
Oh,
weekend.
for
I
sure.
do hope
Yeah.
that they kind of say something about like the sets and stuff. Like I would like some recognition of like, hey, we understand there's too much product or something like that, and them trying to explain if they're going to make certain sets smaller or not because of that.
I think that would be I think 2 things. 1, I think they could get away with 6 sets a year. I don't think that's a problem necessarily.
Hmm.
I think when you make a I think you solve certain problems with a if say you did like 3 big sets or like 4 big sets, I think is reasonable because that's what we would have had anyway.
Yeah.
Um, and then like 2 small sets. So you do like your one big you do your 3 in universe sets. Make
Hmm.
those your full blown. Those are the big sets. They're designed for limited, you know, there's no UB constraints that prevent design from making a better limited environment, right? Like that's what's happening sometimes with these UB sets.
Yeah.
Especially with Marvel, I think. Like I think, you know, some of the themes that they have to fit in here are maybe not the best for or most conducive to limited, and you know, we even see how they like kind of don't fit well into the color pie at
Hmm.
times. But it's like, and then do your one big UB set, you know, your Final Fantasy, your Lord of the Rings, you know, your big set, um, and then like you know do 2 smaller sets of like your like, and I feel like the smaller sets you could get away with the more kind of out there IP,
Hmm.
relatively speaking, where it's just like, yeah, and like you could draft them in theory, but like realistically they're a small set. And I think what the small sets will do is one, you don't have to buy as much of a small set to get the cards you want from like a
Yeah.
limited product standpoint. So you ease up a little bit on the pressure, but also you can still print the same amount.
Hmm.
So it actually makes the cards that you design for constructed in these mini sets are actually going to be they're going to be there's going to be a surplus of them basically because there's going to be a lot more limited product. I think this
So
idea that like limited is what sells booster packs is I mean, I think it's just a flawed concept at this point, but
yeah.
yeah, like I think that would be a better idea for them and it would ease up on the product fatigue as much because you wouldn't feel as pressured to buy like say a case of a mini set than you would a regular set.
Hmm. So a couple things before we go any more with on the topic you're on. Uh, I TikTok chatter still knowing
Hi,
it's me
Corey.
how they didn't make a Moon Knight card, just one. I didn't even realize there wasn't a Moon Knight card.
Oh yeah, well
That
he's on Burrow backup, but he did not get his own card. The other
okay.
2 characters on Burrow backup got their own card, just not Moon Knight. I was
Uh,
also really annoyed by
that
that.
is annoying. They could have done something cool, like make like a double sided card of Moon Knight of being like of the personalities, but it's 3 personalities, I believe, with Moon Knight or 4, I think, right? Because there's 3
Yeah,
Moon
I mean
Knight.
they could have even yeah, there's 3 main personages. I think there's technically more, but um I think it would have been like a really fun thing of like You could have just, I mean, you could have just made 3 different Moon Knight cards if you really
Yeah,
wanted, but,
or
I
you
or
could
even
do
like
it.
a Moon where you, like, level him up, and he becomes the more intense personalities as he goes, or
Mhm.
an activated ability where it becomes that version of Moon Knight.
It'd be weird to do this, and it'd be an interesting concept as well, I think. But I don't think they would ever do it in a UB set. Um, they could, but they could have brought back the original Kamigawa block uh, flip card where you would actually turn it upside down and
Oh,
do it
yeah.
double sided because it. I only know Moon Knight based off the show. I know of Moon Knight from the comics and stuff, but I only under my knowledge about the characters from the show mostly, because like for personality wise in the show, at least it's 4 people. There's the main guy, I forgot his name. Then there's the other two, and then there at the end of is it just one season? I think.
Yeah,
Um,
just 1 season.
at the end of the season, I believe they show a fourth personality, or they kind of tease a fourth personality. Um, so like they could have done 2 personalities on one side of the card, of like where you just turn it upside down, and then somehow you'd flip the card, and it'd be the other 2 personalities on the card. It's just like
Yeah.
it'd be annoying, but it'd be kind of cool at the same time, I think. But
It would be well, and I think, like, if you're gonna do these UB sets, like, you could do the occasional really wonky card.
yeah,
Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with, with that. I even think the other way they could have done it without making it a flip card is, give them an ability where it's like at the beginning of your upkeep, roll like a D6 or something, and then based on the outcome of because of the die roll, then he has that ability
yeah,
that's associated with it. Like that would have been, I think, so like when he enters and at the beginning of your upkeep or something.
hmm
Like I think there's a lot of fun design space they could have done for Moon Knight.
oh, there definitely
So just
is.
really annoyed, and that's the other problem I have with this design idea that they have going, which is like, yeah, they can dump a bunch of characters in to try to get mass appeal, but then like they're always gonna miss one.
hmm
Like, and sometimes the cards that they do make aren't going to resonate.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, except the non-players mage don't play the game.
they collect the game.
They collect the
Sorry,
game.
they
So
collect that
they
set.
they don't care how the cards work mechanically. They care that they exist. Uh, so I think like this whole yeah, but they could start playing, but yeah, but in my experience, the people who don't play but collect these sets tend to not play,
hmm
especially when they realize that the game isn't all this. That's the one common piece of feedback I've received.
hmm
Uh,
I
you
could win
know,
the lottery.
I could win the lottery. You're right.
Yeah.
Those are people buying collector boosters, hoping to open
hmm
a mind stone.
But we can talk so much on this topic, and that's why I missed the podcast we did.
Well, didn't you know this is now a podcast episode?
Well, yeah, it essentially is. Actually titled the deck that I have on screen "Cardboard Pixie." Um, so for context on the podcast talk, for those that weren't around, what is it, a year ago? Sometime a year ago, we were doing this. Um,
Something
we
like
had a
that.
podcast that we called the Cardboard Podcast. It was just John and me, and we want to bring it back. Like I would like to bring it back. We talked about it. We're both wanting to bring it back. We're in talks of it.
We're bringing it back, Chad.
Yeah.
Details to be figured out later.
Uh,
We both want to, and it's just a matter of getting
scheduling.
the time and scheduling.
Uh, just a little tidbit on for when it comes back. Potentially the fall, and potentially a third person will be on the podcast.
Yeah.
But like a permanent third
Yeah,
viewer
it'll be a we're
or not
opening
viewer.
up our relationship and bringing in a third.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the rose on TikTok. And then also, before we touch anything else, there was a comment earlier, saying that it's weird of another viewer chatter's comments. I do agree with that about the jar werewolf. I understand you say it jokingly about me and relationship stuff. You do say it a bit much. I would like you to please tone it down, especially if it's going to make other viewers a little uncomfortable or about it. But just tone it down, please. But moving on, we're gonna actually look into brewing up Esper Pixie. I tossed together some ideas into a deck list, like the general base idea, I think. Um, what do you think so far? What I have so far?
I mean, so I think, um, so I think there's a few things to talk about. Um, Generally speaking, I think this is definitely in the realm of like where this is going to be in standard for sure. Um, I also want to build this deck into Pioneer,
Okay.
which I thought we would have some fun doing
Yeah.
tonight. So I think that'll be the other thing we do, because we both love Pioneers, so we would both love
Hmm.
to look at this deck there. And I also personally think that this deck will probably end up having more legs there
I
because I do
agree.
think. But I think some of the key interactions to talk about here, Tiny Bones joins up and Loki are a really good pairing.
Hmm.
The Pixie Kieran are a great pairing with Loki as well, and then Nowhere to Run specifically. So those are all of our like things to be doing to trigger our Loki.
Yep.
I guess the real question is there anything else that we can do to trigger our Loki consistently? And I'm trying to think of ways that we could do it proactively, mind you. Because like Tiny Bones joins up fills that role a bit. Thinking about just like other ways to do that.
It's aim playable here at all. Probably. Like that would trigger Loki. Um, I feel like in standard, I think depending on how the format is, we might have to consider, are we a Kaido deck or not? I do think Kaido is still potentially worth it to play in like this style deck, but probably not a full play set.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I think Kaido's stock is a little higher than it was. It's not. I mean, I guess like Jeskai Revelation in the late game is pretty bad for us, but
mhm,
like the Kaido is good into Jeskai lessons, generally speaking. So it is not a bad place to be, I would say.
mhm.
Um, but yeah, like I think a card like Aang Swiss Savior is a great little call out. I do think that's the kind of like one of the kinds of effects that we could play. In a similar vein, I actually think a card we might want to talk about is Airbender Ascension.
Okay.
So one, it can come in and just airbend one of your opponent's creatures, just like Aang does, which is what we're trying to do with Aang when we have a Loki in play.
Okay.
Um, and then incidentally, we can get it up to 4 counters, and then all of a sudden during every one of our end steps, we get to like blink our Kieran and pick up a Nowhere to Run,
Hmm.
and stuff like that. Like
Okay.
as well as that also triggers Loki. Um, so I do think there's maybe some things in that realm too, similarly to Aang. Well, Aang offers obviously a very different angle of attack because you can also airbend spells,
Hmm.
which is very handy. But yeah, just there's I want to see the thing I'm curious about is if are there any good Loki enablers that also just happen to work well with our pixie effects? Because I think that's a
Okay.
space that obviously is new
Yeah.
and so like even just like something as simple as our pixie effects are flying creatures. Is there like a piece of equipment that's like good enough to throw on them, for example? Because that also triggers Loki and also makes our
Hmm.
flying creatures attack a little harder. So I'm like curious about something like that. So I'm actually gonna do some do
Like
a
an
quick
actual equipment, is that what you're talking about?
like a piece of like if there like a playable equipment that triggers Loki and potentially even works well with our pixie effects. Just because there's things like job select weapons, just as
Hmm.
an example, where it's like if they equip for cheap enough, I don't see, why we couldn't like say, play them and then we can either equip them to trigger
Hmm.
Loki or bounce them to trigger Loki that way, right? Like that's an option.
Yeah. Um, Azak Tech. Oh yeah. Verseeker in chat is actually a person from our local area. Um, they're they sent a mess. Oh, you're in that group chat. They're gonna start looking into getting the Pioneer.
Oh, I still don't know who you're referring to.
Verseeker TCG in the Twitch chat.
Yes, that part I got. You said
Oh,
they were a local person. That I have no concept for who that would be,
yeah.
based on that.
I'll. I don't want to call their name out, so I'll just. I
You
don't
could
know.
just DM it to me.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, we don't have to be all discreet about it. But yeah, so just some cards that oh sure. Just some things just looking at them here. None of the unfortunately I don't think any of these job select weapons. I mean maybe Ninja Blades is playable, but
Mm-hmm.
that's like 3 mana.
Cryptic
But it
Hope
has
isn't
like
playable here. Um,
unfortunately. I guess Astrologian's Planisphere is actually not an unreasonable card.
Blue.
Yeah, it makes the 1/1 and then it gets a 1/1 counter every time you cast a non-creature spell.
Oh,
Um and then whenever you draw your third card each turn, which doesn't
ooh,
really get come up for us, but
skateboard.
yeah, skateboard would be a card. I do think that might be not as I mean, it's not a bad card, but because I think the only thing with my theory that's a little off is like, and this would be like the problem with skateboard or like a lava spur boots is that
Mm-hmm.
like they kind of do nothing by themselves. So that's where like I think the job select weapons come up.
Okay.
Um,
Oh,
so like, go ahead.
TTB Joe BW. Thanks for the follow. Um, Two tabs, shake man. So it to me, an equipment doesn't really sound very appealing in this style deck. I do with the chat about the talk about crowd relic. I like the card. I wish that we could play it. If we're playing low key, I don't think we can play it, and we're already drawing enough cards with low key already.
Yeah, Loki is the cryogen relic.
Um,
Not that I think it would be bad to like have some, especially if we don't play 4 Loki, for example. Like if we find 4 Lokis just like one too many, I could see
mhm.
playing one
I
cryogen
cut
relic. But
relic from the Demir build completely after I kept boarding it
yeah,
out all the time.
yeah, but you had less pixies in that deck,
True.
so I think it's just you know maybe in Demir that's correct, but maybe here it's not because like here we have at least 8 pixies, maybe more. Because I
Yeah.
also think like Ambrosia is not like an unplayable card. Just having another sun like almost Sun Pearl Kieran.
Hmm.
The I do think the Planisphere could be something because it gets bigger every time we cast a non-creature spell that includes our enchantments. And slapping that on like a nurturing pixie and then just like casting 2 spells turns it into a 4/4.
Hmm.
Uh and then even if the Planisphere gets bounced, the counters of course stay on the creature we had it on.
Yeah.
So I do think that that card might actually be not unreasonable to try as just like a backup threat. And also, I think like one of the things we need to solve about this deck is I think we do need more proactive things to bounce
Hmm.
instead of reactive things to bounce. Like I think that might be one of the keys to getting this deck figured out. In the big picture.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh, I do like some of the suggestions from the chat also, like
yeah,
Flip Pitch Drowner and things like that. But I do believe we have to decide if we're going to be going in on Kaido, then that's when we can consider Flip Pitch Drowner. In that point, then that I feel like that just pairs better in that type of build. Um,
mhm. I think I like some combination of Drowner and like the Wasp.
yeah.
Uh, I think Wasp is nice. I don't think you want a lot of it because it's definitely not like where Flood Pit like the strongest part of Flood Pitch Drowner is that you can just like keep playing Flood Pitch Drowners out of your hand.
Hmm.
Where like Wasp obviously just has like a diminishing return of being legendary, but it does trigger Tiny Bones joins up, which is like not nothing.
Yeah.
As well as it's just another. I like the it just being a flyer as well. Personally, like I'm a big fan of of that, especially with this idea of like both enabling Kaito as well as potentially some kind of equipment like Planisphere.
So I do like the idea of if we can justify it, if there's enough decent legendaries to play, taking advantage of Tiny Munch joins up in the deck itself, so we don't feel like bad drawing a second copy, um, and just essentially just being like Esper Pixie slash Legends. But obviously we can't do a Kieran and Pixie. But if we can warrant of like how many Legends we could play and take advantage of it, great. I'd be a fan of that. Like we already got Loki. I feel like we're gonna be on some number of Cecil in the end potentially. Um, but that's also I think that's also the question if we're a Kaido build or not because we want more one drops in that instance. The Wasp, I do like the idea of that card as a one or two of. Um, and then if we're going to consider Ain also, I don't know how many legends we would want to use to take advantage of Tiny Bone showings up, but also that could just be me. Just I'd like the idea of legends too much with this card, so maybe I'm
Mhm.
going too far into that the thought of that.
I mean, I think just like generally speaking, I don't hate the idea of like exploring that angle. I do think that there's some interesting legends, you know, some that we've seen play, some that we've played ourselves, and some
Hmm.
that have just maybe not found a home but could maybe shine in a shell like this. So just some legends that come to mind for me to start with. Um, I think Momo is an example of a legend we could play with some of these other flying
Hmm.
legends that would, offer up some interesting, some interesting ideas. And that goes actually also for both Momos, because there's the other Momo that triggers when it leaves the battlefield.
Yeah.
So it's like a reasonable thing to Kaido back to your hand and a reasonable thing to Pixie back to your hand.
Hmm.
So that we get like, one, you can like Momo go attack for one, play Pixie, pick it up, put a counter on the Pixie, so you have a 1 mana 3/3, and then you can just redeploy the Momo.
Hmm.
You could also do it with Kieran at instant speed and have a 3/2 Kieran, which I think is a pretty reasonable line of play, as well as the Scry 2. I think having a Scry 2, especially with Sun Pearl Kieran, might actually be
Yeah.
really good. Being able to go 2 mana 2/1 that Scries 2 at instant speed
Or even
while
like
holding
attacking
up
with
like no
Momo
other.
and then ninjutsu and Kaido, and then you set up what you could potentially dig deeper with your Kaido. And
Yeah, scry to make a food token or put a counter on another one of your attacking flyers,
yeah.
right? So it's like you get in now your Kaido gets in for 4 basically. So I think like this Momo, and it also is a legend, so it also does like those things. I think this could potentially be a card that
Hmm.
fit that theme that we're discussing.
Okay.
Of course the Wasp fits that theme. Uh I think Malcolm, weirdly enough, would play well in that kind of deck. Just because he's a 2 mana 2/1 legendary flyer with flash. So it's like, and he's a proactive one at that, mind
Yes.
you. Uh, where, if we hold up a reactive flash 2 drop, we don't have to play it. We can just deploy,
Hmm.
um, like deploy Malcolm. So those
Uh,
are some that come to mind immediately. I'm trying to think if there's any others that would fit
so
particularly well.
on so kind of looking back at the chat. Sorry, chat. We're kind of ignoring you guys a little bit. Like I'm peeking over, but
Super Shredder.
we're, we're discussing things. Um, so Azure Beastbinder, I think, is a solid card still. I do feel like at times it is a bit too slow for the format at the same time, but that could be an option to look at, or as like a sideboard option too. Um,
I don't hate it. I do think its only problem is I think the format moved on
yeah.
from it a bit, where it's just like back when the reason that card was played with Soul Cauldron is because it gave your deck that didn't play, Shatter a way to kill Soul Cauldron,
Hmm.
right? Or like you don't have that really anymore. Like, you're gonna take the abilities away from an otter token or something. Like um so like that's a bit of a I think a bit of a problem with that card. Just
Yeah.
oh,
I kind of like
we
the
could do a
Wasp.
cheese ball play. We could tiny bones targeting ourselves and discard swarm being of bees.
What card?
It's basically it's oh my god, it's a Modern Horizons retrain with Mayhem, but it's a 3 mana 2/2 flash flyer that has Mayhem for 1 black.
Okay.
So if you could Tiny Bones target yourself and the opponent, and then Mayhem it into play, and then it triggers Tiny Bones to mill your opponent for 1 and deal 1 damage to them.
Swarm being a bees. Okay, that's a little silly.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say no, but that would be funny. Um,
we'll call
so
that being overcooked. Uh,
I want to slam Deceit in. No, we're not gonna play Deceit. I mean, depending where we end up with our lands, maybe Deceit is a sideboard option instead of like Duress or something. Or I don't know. That sounds like a bad idea still.
yeah, no, deceit. The only real reason to play deceit is if you can take advantage of it being in the graveyard,
Yeah.
or like cheat it into play. Mayhem is if you discard the card, you can cast it that turn for its mayhem cost
Yes.
from your. Uh, I do like the idea of Sig. Sig is
Yeah.
like not a terrible card. Um, Target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or a planeswalker, draw a card. Like, it's another little source of card draw, and then it flips to give something protection,
Mm-hmm.
and then flips back to do the thing. Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, it's not bad with flyers. You can also just target itself the turn it flips back.
yeah,
It is pretty mana intensive.
it
Because
is.
unlike
I
Ashling, it's not like you don't get one of these things at every like main phase or something.
mhm.
You just only get it when it transforms.
So yeah, I like Sig and then I dislike Sig at the same time. And
Yeah,
like the last build of Esper Pixie we saw that was playable was at how many RCs ago now? 3 RCs ago, I think.
it was a minute
Um,
ago. Yeah.
and Sig was played in that, and Sig looked pretty solid there. But it was like a 1 or 2 of in that list, I think. And
Mhm.
just taking advantage of being able to draw cards is pretty solid and giving protection. I like it, but at the same time, I feel like there's different things we could be doing at the same time. I am just tossing just
Yeah.
one of cards into this list just for cards we're talking about and for
Mhm.
ideas. Um,
No, no, you're good.
I do want to catch.
You're
I do just want
Go ahead.
to catch back up in the chat a little bit. Sorry, chat. New hero card bounces a permanent. Yeah, that's Justice Vance. I believe that's the name. I think we're both John and I are both under the agreement that it's a bad card and we don't want to play it unless we're forced to.
Um, I think I think I've come up with a way to make Justice Vance make a lot more sense.
Okay. Before
All
you go
right.
into that, just I just want to finish with the chat. Love Skyfax. And Skyfax are pretty cool. Go back to equipment launch GTA is kind of an interesting with Loki. That's something we could potentially look at depending on where the list ends up. I am not a big fan of that card, but I feel like that's like something we consider after we get the core of the deck built.
I like it if you could like search for it,
Hmm.
because like Lost GTA's ultimate problem is that it's a legendary 1 mana card, meaning it's one and you want it in your hand, meaning you'd have to play a lot of copies. So it would probably be better in like a Bright Glass Gearhulk deck, but
Yeah.
then I think there's just better cards to play at that point.
Hmm.
So Lost GTA very unfortunate in that it doesn't do enough. But just pick one and then get really good at playing it. That's what Wizards told us to do. Uh, I'm absolutely being a dickhead about that.
Are you talking about the last
I'll
comment in the
never.
chat? Or
Yeah, no, I'm
oh,
just being a dickhead about the Wizards thing,
oh,
where they're
okay.
just like champion your deck. It's like we can't. You don't let us play this format. Like,
So for Verse Seeker, and anybody else curious about a idea of that, I would just say like for a non-rotating format, like Pioneer or Modern, I would just take a look at like what deck you think is
find a
what
deck that matches your vibe and just go
yes,
with it.
yeah, what John's saying, and just
Yeah,
up just so you're not spending a whole ton of money on the format if you don't, if you
yeah.
don't want to, just keep updating the same deck and
Yeah,
just work on it to make it playable in the current meta game.
yeah.
Uh,
Like unless your plan is to play Pioneer at a professional level, um, like just play a deck that you like. Doomwake is never right. Let's just make that clear. Did you see he did a breakdown of the deck that won the mosh pit?
he did.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't watch
He
it.
did. He said it. He was like this. It was really funny because like the thumbnail was about how this deck won a standard tournament. And I'm just like, wow, wow. Don't ask how many people played in it. I guess. Pioneer is it is a non-rotating format would be a better way to
Yeah,
describe it.
I
Zack
might
Attack.
I might have said Eternal in the wrong context. So Eternal formats are like
The turtle means
uh
non-rotating at
yeah
this point.
yeah
You know, they used to mean different things. At this point, the nomenclature is that they are the same. Uh, you know, the zeitgeist is changed to really change the meaning of the word eternal because we all use it to describe formats like Pioneer.
yeah
Oh, we'll have to answer Zack Attack's question again, I think.
yeah. We got like
Uh,
30 seconds of ads left.
but yeah,
Uh,
so I wanted to talk about Justice Vance Astrovic.
okay.
Is he Russian? Uh,
I got
I
a
think
feeling he's a
Super Shredder
super
with
shredder.
Justice could be a thing, right? Super Shredder, whenever another permanent leaves the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on Super Shredder.
Mhm.
Already, like, not an unreasonable card to play in this deck, right?
Yeah.
Justice Vance is basically just a flying Super Shredder in this
Hmm.
deck. Doesn't trigger as often because it's only when a permanent you control is returned to its owner's hand.
Yeah.
But it's like we went like Tiny Bones, Super Shredder, trigger, uh, mill the opponent one, attack for one, turn
Hmm.
3, Justice, mill the opponent one, pick up Tiny Bones, get a 2/2 and a 3/3, which
Hmm.
I realize I just described a line where we work to play a 2-mana 2/2 and a 3-mana 3/3. Uh, but hear me out. They scale. Uh, Plan on really getting into since Yu-Gi-Oh really existed as an eternal sense. Yes, and keep in mind though, Yu-Gi-Oh's had a lot of problems, as well as do Magic's non-rotating formats at times. So they are a great place to sort of park yourself, but if you, depending on how you want to engage with Magic Zack Attack, you gotta. I think standard is the healthiest place to engage. But if you're working on a finite budget, then sometimes Pioneer or Modern might be the best place to
Hmm.
engage. Especially if all you do is play at the local level.
Yeah.
Uh,
Legendary
yeah.
Fairy Girl for 3 mana with negate attached.
The fairy. Oh, Glen
Oh
Alendra?
yeah, you have to remove the counter from a Glenalindra. I'm not a fan of that card in the main board of this, but that's something we consider in the sideboard. TikTok chat. I'm sorry I'm missing your guys' messages. You're for some reason not popping up on my normal chat feed. Um, what mechanics better discovered Cascade? I think it's situational. For how you're building your deck for that. Every time I tried Esper Bounce, I died to the land base. That is the worry I have in the current metagame with people playing a lot of land destruction. But that's gonna be a problem we will come across when we get to build the mana base. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. I do think that there's listen, like I do think like, the land destruction. Yes, Earl is banned. Earl is banned in a lot of formats, Zack Attack. The
yes,
only place you're probably going to play that card is Legacy or Commander. And even there, it's not particularly great.
I think Uro still has a price tag on it too, doesn't it?
It's not that bad.
Is it within $10?
Yes.
Oh,
There's no way it's more than $10. I'm looking it up right now.
it's in chat right now. $3.11.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's no way. That card is playable in two formats, and in one, it's basically just an explorer that gains 3 life. Like, because 6/6 is for, 4 mana and exile 5 cards are not that big of a deal in Commander.
Mhm.
Um,
How do I feel about Commander
Zack
versus
Attack
Standard? What's better for new players? Uh,
Standard by
it
like a
yeah.
lot.
In our opinion of my guest, the TikTok can't see, and me, Standard. Standard has a
Oh,
much smaller card pool than Commander does, and Commander you're playing with a bunch of one-ofs, so we get in a bunch of more mechanics, so it does get a lot more confusing. And
oh yeah.
also, if you're looking for more of a social aspect of the game, Commander is what you want. While to learn
I think
the base of the game of the mechanics and how the game works overall, I Standard overall is gonna be better for that.
I mean,
So
I think one, I'm actually going to challenge you on uh the social aspect. I actually think standard, like, unless you have friends that play Commander,
mhm.
standard is just as sociable of an environment at the local level as Commander, in
Yes,
my
I
opinion.
I would agree with
Uh,
you.
so like if you have friends that play Commander and want you to play, then like, that's great. That's going to be a fun experience.
Hmm.
But it is, if you are new, I would say counterintuitive to learning how to play Magic, because it is, like you said, it Standard is a big card pool right now. Standard is the biggest it's ever been, and it will continue to be the biggest it's ever been for the foreseeable future.
Hmm.
Um, Commander is every card ever.
Yes.
There are over 30,000 Magic cards. Interesting fact. Um, and and especially as time goes on, there are increasingly more complicated Magic cards. And then when you introduce the aspect of multiplayer into that, it gets even more confusing on how those cards actually work with each other.
Hmm.
Like I actually, and even just like some of the baseline rules, I got a judge question recently, and which I think you'll find this amusing. I was asked who is responsible to track commander damage when it comes down to a dispute as to whether or not somebody has taken lethal commander damage.
The player dealing the Commander damages. Realistically, it should be both players, but
All four players, actually. But
oh,
so in terms of penalties, everybody would get a penalty at a tournament,
oh,
uh, because it's no different than life totals. It's just the reverse of life. It's like poison.
oh,
It is
hmm,
the job of everybody involved to be tracking everybody's life totals.
yeah,
Now, in a casual level, yes, at least the person who is attacking and at least the person who is taking should be tracking that specific instance of commander damage.
hmm,
But this is one of the problems of commanders. Like, A, there's mechanics like commander damage that don't exist anywhere else. Um, and it's not like an intuitive part of the game. There's nothing on your commander that says it deals commander damage.
hmm,
So it's like little things like that make, I think, um, I think makes Commander a lot more difficult.
yeah.
Um, Worried about the set rotation kicking in. As a Yu-Gi-Oh player, set rotation doesn't exist. Yes, but as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, you are familiar with your deck getting nerfed into the ground, right? So Magic's Eternal formats, at least modern, for example, that's how moderns worked for a little while. Anytime they inject cards directly into modern, which thankfully they don't seem like they'll be doing anymore, uh, they just nerfed the old decks into the ground for the most part, unless
Hmm.
they can adapt with and incorporate the newer cards into their archetypes.
But
Yeah, exactly. Age. It's not that simple. It's a little more nuanced and complicated than that,
mhm.
but that is the core problem I identify with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Our LGS Commander is the biggest draw. We play a standard, but we get no more than 6 or 7 to show up. The same thing at our LGS that we both play at. Like we have Pioneer, we have Standard. Modern doesn't exist there anymore. There is Commander on Sundays, and there's pre-release. There's no draft. But if
Yeah.
you show up from Pioneer on Thursdays, it could be anywhere from 0 to 6 players. I showed up on this
Well,
past Thursday, and
there's
it was
even
just
been
2 of us.
I've played, and like here's the thing. The truth is, Mama Boo, that like, yes, Commander's the most engaged with format. In a lot of places, um, in my experience, as a person who does work at a game store, uh, they don't get a lot of new players that stick around anymore. I think it's, like some places do a good job of in getting the new players incorporated well. And I have a store that I work at that does a lot to help onboard new players and make sure that they're not like put into an environment where they're going to be sort of scared away. But the truth is it's like since COVID, Wizards has not done a good enough job of
Hmm.
incentivizing people to play paper standard. Um, you
They've
know,
put a little bit of
but
work
they
into it, but not enough.
But, the real appeal of Commander is your cards don't rotate. In theory, you could play any deck you want, even though the reality of that is not quite true. And then, like, you know, it has the problem of, like, or rather the appeal of, like, it's not necessarily all about winning, right?
Hmm.
Like, Commander, depending on your LGS and how that community is, might be more about just having fun and playing with
Yeah.
your friends. Um, but like if you like so but like if you wanted to go do that, you could still do that at standard, mind you. You could be okay with going and playing and having fun. The truth is it's just like Wizards has not done enough to incentivize
Hmm.
people since COVID. So that's less to do with how good standard is versus Commander. Because I think Commander, to be frank, when you really get into Commander as a format, it's terrible uh, from a game design and game balance perspective. But and I don't think the bracket system solves it. I think it makes it worse in a lot of ways. But where standard, even when standard's really good, because Wizards doesn't incentivize anybody to actually care or play it, then
Hmm.
the casual players don't show up anymore in the numbers that they used to.
Yeah, like for standard before COVID, we would get like at our store. To answer your question, Versiker Blind Tiger Games is the store we go to. Um, but for standard F&M before COVID happened, we would normally, I think, get around like 12 to 18 players. I think something around there at
Oh, I
every
used to I
single
used to
Friday.
play 5 round FNMs.
Yeah,
That which
and then
means 20 was it like 25 plus players or whatever.
yeah, and like then and like one other store that we used to go to for like modern
Or
F&Ms,
33.
there'd be like 30, 28, 30 players there for F&M.
Yeah, like
And
5 round FNMs playing modern,
mhm,
standard. Briefly played a few local Pioneer events because that was pretty close to COVID when
yeah,
Pioneer became a format, at least a supported format. Um,
but
but yeah, like
COVID
that.
COVID happened
Yeah,
and then priorities changed with things like trying to keep people safe and stuff. And
yeah.
I think
You
priorities
could put
changed for
command out
businesses as
is
well,
I think a
changed
big
because
appeal.
yeah, and businesses are going with what's going to make them more money. It feels like realistically, like our LGS, like they they support mostly Commander. Like they do offer the events for non Commander formats, but their focus is mostly on Commander.
I tell you a theory. I
Sure.
think the argument that Commander has more appeal and can make more money is flawed because Wizards pushed Commander so much,
Hmm.
but didn't push Standard in a commensurate way.
Yeah,
And
and
some people will argue that like having the Pro Tour exist is a way to push Standard, but I don't think
it's
the Pro
not.
Tour is a way to push the average
No.
player to play Standard. I think appealing promos, cool cards, fun
Hmm.
gameplay, because like there's a lot of cool cards in Standard. Most of them are unplayable in Commander at best.
Yes.
Um, you know, or they are like okay, but aren't nearly close enough to being good. And I think really, realistically, all it is that Wizards just doesn't do a good job of
Hmm.
incentivizing players.
I
Like they
feel
need to do more to like make F&M feel like a place you want to be and participate.
yes. Now, I we both can be talking about this forever, and like chat has some thoughts as well or questions they keep bringing up about this. I'm gonna table this for now, chat, because we're here to build Esper Pixie, and as much as I'm enjoying this discussion, like I really am, I want to build this deck.
I
So,
also like to build this deck.
so
I so back to some thoughts then about this deck specifically. So we talked Super Shredder plus Justice.
mhm,
I think that is a little bit of a because I think our problem with Justice is that by itself, like it's not like awful because like worst case it's a mana war, right? You
yeah.
bounce an opponent's creature. It sucks that it can't hit otter tokens. I think it would actually be
Oh,
slightly better
it can hit
if it
opponent
could hit
stuff
otter.
too. It says
Yeah,
to
yeah. It
okay.
up to one target non-token though. So it
Yeah.
can't hit your opponent's otter tokens, which I think is actually a bit of like a pretty
Hmm.
big minus. I think if this could come down, bounce an otter token, this would actually be like I would put it like a C plus.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, I'd actually consider playing it with like Momo, for example,
Hmm.
like the discount Momo. But
So I was thinking more about Momo when after you mentioned it earlier, and if we want to go the Legends route that I mentioned, um, I feel like with Kieran, we're gonna have to do some mix of Kieran and Ambrosia Whiteheart to take advantage of the Legends part, which means we're gonna lose out on the flying aspect. So I don't think Momo Friendly Flyer is gonna potentially be a card we could play here.
mhm,
Unless if we're playing a large, like all 4 Kurans, and then we're playing
mhm.
a larger number of other flyers. Like right now, in my mind, I am seeing maybe 1 to 2 Ains, 1 Wasp, Wondrous Wasp, or 2 Wondrous Wasp. We did talk about Malcolm. I'm not sure how many of that we would consider, but like to me at the moment, Momo doesn't sound like a card we'd take full advantage of.
Mhm. So, just some thoughts
Yeah.
as I go through, and I'm just like I'm looking at cards that care about legendary stuff
Hmm.
right now. Um,
Not a ton.
yeah, there really isn't a lot. Especially if stuff that's like not like a billion mana.
I just like the idea of the tiny bunch winds up being sort of a slow burn as well. Because like 1 point in damage can add up to a bit if you have enough legends. If we're playing
Mhm.
enough like cheap cost legends.
No, I agree. Agree entirely. I'm looking to see if there's absolutely anything.
Mirror
I,
box? No. That
well, I mean, yeah, there's not really any cards that actually care,
hmm
which is unfortunate. I would really appreciate it if would have really appreciated there to be something. But I think I just had a thought. This is
Okay.
just more of a general thought. I'm curious if we're approaching this the wrong way, like
What?
from a top down. Like, so I feel like we're putting ourselves in a box of Esper, right? When I think maybe this isn't like a deck that like the colors are what we should be looking at. It should be just I feel like we're like deciding ahead of time that this needs to be Esper. Not that we explicitly did that. I think we're internally doing it,
hmm
uh, just because of our pre-existing biases.
Okay.
So I think maybe we should look at it from the bottom up, which is so we know Pixie, we know Kieran, we know that these are and Fear of Isolation by extension are powerful effects,
Yes.
and we should think about building our deck in a way that takes the most advantage of those things.
hmm
So I think my where I'm going with this thought is I think the things we need to look at and examine are how can we best take advantage of those cards
Okay.
versus like maximizing Tiny Bones joins up, right? It's like it might even be that like Tiny Bones joint might even be that like it's not even correct to play black. That might just not be the actual best way to take advantage of these effects anymore. Maybe there's another way to take advantage of these effects. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of.
I feel like I feel like I should have been high as I explained that. Um, so just like my thought here being like I mentioned earlier, like finding proactive things to do.
hmm
And I think Tiny Bones joins up does fall in that circle of like proactive things to do. But it's also like there's cards like we talked Astrologian Planisphere is a proactive thing we can do. I think there's even like cards like Origins of Spider-Man is an example of a card where it's like it enters, it makes a token, it ticks up, it puts a counter on something, and then and then we can bounce it and make another token and put another counter on something and do stuff like that, where that's like a proactive
Yeah.
thing to be doing. Similar to Storm Chaser's talent, but you and I both know that these haven't been the best Storm Chaser talent deck for a while because
Yeah.
we're not
Like
like
it's
playing a ton of spells. We're usually just playing boomerang basics, and that by itself is not the best thing here.
yeah. There was a comment earlier. Just I know you're going on a different direction thought with it. Another new card that somebody in chat mentioned that they had success with was the Black Widow card. Uh, I don't know. I'm still not a fan of the idea, but I do like the ability the card has. But are
Well, we can take a
you
look. Oh, what up on screen? Black Widow. 2/1 deals combat damage to a player. That player exiles a card. Until exiles the cards from the top until they hit a non-land, you may put a 1/1 counter on Black Widow. If you don't, you may cast the card until end of turn
mhm,
with mana of any color. Okay, I mean, this feels more like a Demir mid-range card than a Pixie card.
I'd agree. No, Moon.
Um,
Can't go over there.
I do like this card. I think this card's really cool with Kaido. It's Menace 2-drop that even by itself is quite strong.
Hmm.
So it pairs nicely with removal. So yeah, I mean, this is just more of like a generally good black mid-range card than a Pixie card.
Yeah.
Like this is what's the best way to describe this? I don't know.
It's
Like
kind of like what
it's
was
like
the
a
rogue that had reach?
Ragavan.
Oh,
You the I know which card you're talking about.
yeah, it's from Original Eldraine.
Yeah, the 2-mana 2/2 that with haste, reach that when it attacks you, like if your opponent had more cards, then you exile the top card of their deck and you could play it.
Yeah.
Very similar to that. Very similar to Ragavan. Obviously, it grows itself. So, like, I could see Black Widow being a good card. I'm not convinced that this is the deck for it.
Hmm.
Um, though I'm sure if we put it in our deck, because we're a deck that plays removal and black mana, like this card would probably not be terrible.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't hate trying it.
I think it'd be something that we'd consider last after we get the core of the deck down.
I think it's one of those things where it's like we need something generically powerful to fill the curve,
Hmm.
and this would probably fill that role. But again, I think I'd actually be more interested in exploring this card in like a more like a demure mid range, or even just some kind of different black based removal deck.
Okay.
You know, something different. I could see this being good. This is a generically good card. Uh, all right, I'm
Uh,
curious.
but I did kind of cut you off on your talk of you were thinking about we should probably maybe we're looking at the list the wrong way. Should we go in a different direction with it? Now, were you trying to
Yeah.
lead into
So,
maybe being like like a different color based deck or like a 4 color deck or something like that?
well, I think like just like to put it simply, I think that there's just maybe we should look at cards. We could start with like white, uh, and probably things that cost 2 or less mana. I would say
Okay.
of just like, well, what's something we haven't tried with these cards before, right?
Hmm.
Because I'm sure there's plenty of cards we haven't tried, especially new ones that maybe haven't seen that we just haven't had the chance to play with these.
Hmm.
Like that's like Origins of Spider-Man was just a little just an example of a card. I think this is gonna be you're gonna have to pull this up. Lita, Little Orphan Amphibian is another card that I think could be quite interesting.
What card?
It's a uncommon from Ninja Turtles. It's whenever another creature you control enters, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. And it's like she gets a counter, you make a food token, you scribe one. And it's like I think this card's secretly like a reasonable 2-drop, and we just haven't built a deck that cares about it yet. Uh
How do you spell that? I understand it's TMNT,
uh
but
Lita,
oh,
Lita. Yeah.
2 mana, 2/1 alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, choose one that has been this turn. Put on a counter on Lita. Create a food token. Scry one. Okay.
Yeah, so like I mean this is just like a card that it's like we play a creature, uh, we grow Lita, we bounce that, like a good example of this would be like Storm Chaser's talent with like Nurturing Pixie,
Hmm.
right? You go like Storm Chaser's talent, make an otter, trigger Lita, give her a counter. Pixie, trigger Lita, trigger Pixie, pick up Storm Chasers, make a food token. Play Storm Chaser's talent, make an otter, trigger Scry one.
Hmm.
Right? Like it's a good little 2-drop that just synergizes. I'm not sure if all of these things are powerful enough to justify playing, but it's just like a card. It's an example of a card that exists now that didn't exist when we were really looking at this deck.
Yeah.
A while ago that technically synergizes in a way that I think could be interesting.
Hmm.
Uh, I'm not going to promise that it's good, but I will promise that it's adorable.
So we're considering making mono red deck that Clive 5/16. I think there's a deck there. If you go like big red, like having big spells, like ramping into big spells.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure there's some kind of deck that you with that. Just
Um,
continuing to look through white cards. Not seeing a ton. Because basically, I just color sorted and then typed then and also filtered mana values and then just like text equals enters just to see you know amongst all the colors to see if there's any interesting enters triggers because obviously that's like the ability that we tend to
okay.
care about. There's cards like Cryogen Relic with leaves triggers, but there's far fewer of those.
Seam Rip is something I think we would consider too, but that's when we look at our removal suite.
I think Seam Rip's more of a mana based decision because
Okay.
like there's Seam Rip and then there's also like um the black one, the black spell, Requiting Hex, and it's like depending on our mana base, one of those is better than the other, right?
Hmm.
Like that's more of a I think a question of yeah, like how the mana works out.
Not a whole ton for two or less, two and less.
No, yeah, it's pretty slim picking so far. There's of course once you get into black, there's a ton of stuff. It's where the money's at. I do think a card like Bandit's Talent might actually be the kind of effect we want.
If we could lean into a discard route, just have 4 Tiny Bones
Yeah.
wins up for Bandit's Talent.
Yeah.
Is there anything that is there any creatures that take advantage of opponents discarding cards in the format?
I don't believe so, at least on the cheap side of things.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, there's
Um,
Hostage Taker, but like that's not really not Hostage Taker. No, that's not the card. Y-
uh, the 4-drop.
Yeah, but it's not playable really.
Yeah, no, that card's playable if you're ramping, and even then, it's not that playable.
Hmm.
Yeah, just sort of looking through. There's some interesting cards in red. There's cards like Chainsaw and I guess technically FOMO.
Not a fan of FOMO.
I mean, I'm a fan of the card generally speaking.
I mean, yeah, like yes.
There's even like simple things like a Viashino Pyromancer into green, which is not a great sign.
We were to
There's
go
this
four
card's like
color.
Michelangelo Weirdness to 11. That's like an odd. I do think mutagen tokens are gonna probably be good in this deck.
Okay.
So like when it comes down to it, like we probably end up playing like a copy of the Ooze, for example.
Is Mugen Man X green or XX green?
X green green.
Oh, green. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's double green, so we'd have to really commit to green to play it.
Probably not. I mean, if we want something to deal to, if we want a creature with an ability to deal with something like if we're splashing colors, there's Explosive Prodigy. But I think all of our black removal is just so much better.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're not. Like, I mean, there are some cards I would consider. You know,
What about Raphael
Like
Tough
that.
Turtle?
I mean,
Totally fine to tell me if it's bad.
well, it's like I'm pretty sure Impact Tremors is just legal in the format. And that dies to less things.
Yeah.
So,
Anyone who takes advantage of discards the 1/3, 1/3, the 1/3. Oh, the 2-mana Tiny Bones.
oh yeah, that's right. There's just a creature, Tiny Bones too. I suppose he joined up, so he better have a card. Oh yeah, there's two Tiny Bones. There's
Yeah, there's the one
opponent
drop
discards
and
a
there's
card.
the 2-drop.
You exile it with a stash counter, and then during your turn, you may play cards you don't own with stash counters with using any kind of mana. I mean, that's not bad. It's also not great
Yeah.
because it doesn't do anything on its own, really. It's just sort of a like if it had like menace or death touch or something, like something that made it hard to block, because then it could also be a Kaido enabler.
Yeah.
Uh, that
I
would be
kind of rather
something.
play the 1-mana Tiny Bones before this one.
Honestly, I mean, it is a Foundations card, so I'm not like shocked that
Yeah.
it's not like anything to write home about. All right, well, I think my little experiment is unfortunately not going the way I wanted it to. Like yeah, like type equals saga. 'Cause none of these kids. Damn. Are there any good heroes we could play?
mm,
Because a really good saga we could play would be like Origin of the Avengers.
I'm still filtered to 2 unless.
Well, that's a two
Um,
mana. It's a saga, so it doesn't come up under enters. It just comes up under.
no, I'm searching here right now.
Oh, sure. Well, it would be three or less with Origin of the Avengers.
Oh,
But also, it just says draw a card on chapter two. So even if you don't have a hero to put into play, but I feel like you'd want some heroes.
yeah. Hi,
Um,
Bear. Hope you're doing well. Be sure to give your dad a hard time.
yeah, like I can't think of two. Like I guess like the Wasp is a hero. Justice is a hero. Oh, that's a cool little combo where you Origins of the Avengers, tick up to two, put Justice into play, bounce your Origin of the Avengers,
Oh, yeah.
and you just get to redeploy it. Uh, like that's kind of something. And then like
Mhm.
chapter three of Origin of the Avengers isn't bad if you have a bunch of flying creatures in play. Just puts a 1/1 counter on all your creatures. That's a neat little combo, as well as a neat little proactive thing we can pick up. Because like worst case, it's like play it, scry two, turn three, draw a card, play a
Mhm.
pixie, bounce it, play it again, scry two. Like that's a good little grindy thing to be doing. And then like next turn you draw a card, you could either redo it or you could like set up, deploy a couple threats and then, let it go off on chapter three.
Captain America that gives you hexproof.
Good old little Captain America.
Um, that's a mono white one, I believe.
Yeah. No, yeah, but Captain America enters with a shield counter, and then as long as Captain America has a shield counter, you and other heroes you control have hexproof. So it only gives your heroes hexproof.
Oh. Uh, Arachnid Psionic Weaver, I think is an okay card for a sideboard piece, probably. Unless we wanted to
Arachnid.
figure out how to put that in the main.
Oh, Arachnid. Yeah, that one. I mean, I do think this is an interesting card, right? Like,
Mm-hmm. Because
I think
like,
the problem is more that what deck is this hosing?
yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just something that can just at least slow
I
down lists. Like I could see it being okay against the 4-color control deck if you have an aggressive start with it.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem I have there is like the tablet kind of
Mm-hmm.
eats through this tax. I think this would actually end up being better in the Pioneer version of the deck,
Okay.
where like there's not like nearly as much mana ramp happening in Pioneer. Like, because here even like the spell based decks are ramping with Tablet or Grand Grand.
Yeah.
Uh, where like in those formats they're not. It's I don't know. It's tough.
Hmm.
But yeah, the I want it to be good though.
Jenny Walters is a hero. The Abolisher Girl. Oh yeah, Jennifer Walters. I don't think that's really
Yeah,
a card for this deck of
I
Jennifer
mean, it's
Walters.
not a card for this deck, but yeah. Yeah. I'm getting the impression that I'm not sold on this Legends theme, but I don't necessarily dislike the you know, like everything about it. I do think Origin of the Event like the Origin of the Avengers is
Hmm.
not an unplayable card. I think the yeah, like I think the little synergy it has with Justice might actually be a good thing, as well as it's a little proactive spell we can just play to gain some value.
Yeah.
Because worst case, this is 2 mana scry 2 draw card, and then like you know, there's a world where it also just pops and puts a counter on all of our stuff.
Hmm.
Is Loki then? Damn it, Loki, God of Mischief is a villain, of course. But yeah, like I think that might be.
I mean, we could hold priority also to chapter 3 and flash a Kieran and pick it back up and replay it.
That's true. That is also a thing we could do. We can also do that with Ambrosia if we needed
Yeah.
to.
So like I agree with you about the Legends theme. It doesn't sound really appealing. But I do feel like there's enough solid Legends that we're gonna want to play. We could still take advantage of it a little bit. I don't know.
I
I,
mean,
I feel like I'm being that's like the Timmy and me wanting to play with uh things I think are neat and cool.
I think I do. Well, I think what it's going to come down to, right, is it's not that we're not going to take advantage of the legend theme, more so that we're going to. It's just going to be that we have legends in our deck,
Hmm.
and so it's like I wouldn't say like we're going to go so far out of our way to just jam a bunch of legends into our deck, but you know, I think there will incidentally be enough legends that mode on Tiny Bones is going to come up,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, I think what we could do is I think we should try this Origin of the Avengers thing.
Okay.
I think honestly, I don't hate the idea of Justice. Um Again, if it had Flash, I mean, chalk and all, I think a magic card would be better if you could play it at instant speed. Uh
Yeah.
the hottest of takes.
I do feel
But
like if we play
yeah.
Justice, it's gonna be a 2 of at most.
I mean, I would play 3 just to like ski it often enough, but yeah, I don't disagree. It's a
Okay.
legend. It has the diminishing return of being legendary, which sucks.
I think
Um,
so. Another thought I'm having right now also is I think we need to come down to the decision of are we a Kaido deck or are we a go wide bounce deck? Because I feel like we're like with discussing it, not looking at the cards right on screen, but discussing it. I feel like we're kind of thinking both ways of like I don't know. It just sounds like we were wanting to play a lot of things that to go wide, like put a creature into play with event Origin Avengers, and we want to take advantage of Loki. Also I feel like I'm thinking about it the wrong way too.
mhm. Like I think, yeah, it's tough because like there's lots of things I think we could play.
Mm. Kaido sideboard at least. Like I
I mean, yeah, I
yeah
think you'd always sideboard Kaido. You bring in a couple Duresses and a couple Kaidos against a deck like Jeskai Lessons or whatever, and you just
yeah
have a much easier time. Um, Yeah, I'm just looking at some other heroes, FYI, just to see if there is
Okay.
really anything worth playing. There's like the Mighty Jane Thor, or the Mighty Thor Jane Foster, and like King T'Challa. King T'Challa is like a generally good card,
Yeah.
but
As up to one target non-token artifact or creature, then return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control.
yeah, this would like be good with like one any equipment we want to play, but also like
Monier.
well, yeah, there's Mjolnir, but then like I was also thinking like Tithing Blade.
Yeah.
And some of those like older pixie cards, like Grim Bauble is another one, would work with this because it's an artifact.
Hmm.
So like there's Grim Bauble, there's Tithing Blade.
Yeah, we could do that too. Build a version for both and then compare them at the end.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I'm sure
and
that's
we've
what
done
they're
that
going.
before.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I
So
don't.
I think I'm interested in starting with this. Like I do still think Loki is going to be in this deck because I think
Yeah.
if there ever was a Loki deck, it's the deck that's targeting a bunch of its own stuff
Yes.
with triggers.
Now. Okay.
Can I be honest? I don't think we're gonna play Storm Chaser's Talon and Boomerang base.
Yeah, I got a feeling we're not
Maybe
going to
we,
play Storm Chaser's Talon either. Because, like,
yeah, like, or if we are, it's not a lot.
yeah, I mean, Boomerang Basics, I think potentially, but it depends on how many bounce effect creatures we have now.
And even that, like, I'm not 100% in love with because it's not bad, but it's not like
I know.
I guess it's a way to reset, like, especially like a Momentum Breaker, which I do think Momentum Breaker might be the better 2 mana enchantment right now. But
Yeah.
yeah, like I think I think that might be the way to go. Like, where if we think about it, like we got, 4 Tiny Bones joins up at the 1 mana spot. Is there a 1 mana white card that isn't Pixie that we can play?
There's that Momo. Are we wanting Legend or just a white creature or a white card?
I mean, just generally speaking, a white card we could play.
Okay. A
I'm
permanent.
thinking of like our mana base
Okay.
considerations that we could play Concealed Courtyard. Um, just
Yeah.
as an example of a thing we get to do.
There's Concealed
I do
Courtyard.
think,
I have a I am searching through one drops right now.
yeah, because I don't hate the idea of the Momo Playful Pet. It is a good curve into either any of our bounce guys,
Hmm.
as well as just like a reasonable. It attacks for 1. We can bounce it.
Political.
It's also not the worst thing to just legend rule away if you have to. Like so, like the diminishing return
Mhm.
problem isn't really there. Um,
Political
so
Triumph is a solid card too. It's a 1 mana enchantment. Whenever a creature you control enters scry one and put a plan counter as enchantment. When the fourth plan counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice a draw card and put a 1 counter on each creature you control.
yeah, yeah. I mean that's not terrible. Um, it rewards us for going wide. It's definitely would be better in like a deck that can really like get to that 4th plan counter really quickly.
Hmm.
Um, but it is an interesting card.
I like the idea of it. The more that we talk about it, I am agreeing more and more with Note Storm Chaser's talent here.
Yeah, like I think just like thinking about our mana, I want to be considerate of that, I guess. But
Hmm.
yeah, so like I think
Yeah, looking at it, of like the potential idea of like what cards are going to play, skewing our mana to be Orzhov for turn 1, and then be able to play a 2-drop, blue 2-drop on 2 sounds fine. Or even just don't have we take advantage of blue mana until turn 3, because like you don't want to cast Loki and just not do anything right away.
No, agreed. Well, the only time you want to cast Loki on turn 2 is like when you play Tiny Bones joins up, and even
Mhm.
then, like it's like, oh, my Loki's gonna draw a card,
And then die.
which they can't stop, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, cause yeah, like 'cause as soon as the Loki enters, it triggers and you target, and then you get the card draw. So it's like if my Loki resolves, I get to draw a card, and then it maybe dies to a removal spell on turn 2.
Mhm.
But like, yeah, like being able to like play like Orzhov cards in the early turns, and then and then move into like these blue cards,
Mhm.
I think might be the way to go.
Inquisitor. Oh, Lightsaw Inquisitor. No, that card's bad.
Yeah, that card not very good.
So if we're gonna be not playing Storm Chasers Talent Chat, we're probably gonna be more of a permanent based deck and less of a spell based deck of instant sorceries. Probably been
No,
let
yeah, we absolutely are.
uh
We're trying to
YouTube
jam
chat
threats and attack.
suggesting more hand hate in the one drop slot.
I
Uh
mean, I don't hate like duress right now, especially. There's a
yeah.
lot of things to duress. As well as they're right, it does like give us because I feel like we probably want like a good number of things to do on turn 1. Not to say that like we because we have like removal we can also play like
Mhm.
so we're not in a position where we're
So yeah, what we need to do here is just figure out the core idea what we're doing and then go in from there. I do feel like Kaido. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna be on Kaido or not on the main board. I'm just gonna leave Kaido here for now. Um, but I do think I'm gonna cut Boomerang Basics and Talent out of here for sure. I guess how do you want to go about this for figuring out the core of our deck? Like I have this list of a bunch of one of cards up on the screen.
Mhm.
Do we just want to go through and just cut things or just figure out what we want in the deck for sure?
So what the way I like to do this, generally speaking, when I've just like piled a bunch of cards in, is I will click and drag things that I'm going to play to the left,
Okay.
and then move the other things far to the right. So like I think Kaido as an example, we can just like put Kaido in the side, like a copy of Kaido in the board, and then just take it off the table here. But yeah, I think the things that I'm moving to the left first. Tiny Bones joins up Loki. Like those are the two things like that's the thing we're trying to do, right? Is like trigger Loki. I
Hmm.
think we move Pixie and Kieran to the left. I think that's like our 16 card core, and then we're trying to take advantage of that from
Okay.
there. Um, so then like the question comes down to, well, if our ideal turn 1 play is Tiny Bone joins up, what other cards can fill in that spot?
Yeah.
Um, I do think a card like Duress is an example of a
Hmm.
card that can help fill that spot. Tactics is also a card that could help fill that spot. I'm not sold on necessarily main decking them,
Hmm.
but they're options. I think that just because of mana considerations, Cecil would be an option.
Yeah.
Um,
A Grim Bauble.
Again, we're looking at generically good cards. That we could just play to fill the
Hmm.
curve. Ideally, they help the synergies. Um, and Cecil, unfortunately, does not necessarily help the synergies. I think then Mobile Playful Pet is a card because that one does fill the synergies. Less
Hmm.
generically good, but still a card that we can jam on turn 1 and then pick it up on turn 2 and get some value out of. So I think we should. I think just for the sake of trying it, we should just play 4 Mobile Playful Pets. Um, it does have the buyout of if you have multiple, you can just play the second one to like scry 2 or grow
Hmm.
the first one. So I think it's a reasonable card to start on.
Okay.
And then from there, I want to try Origin of the Avengers because I think I want to play Justice.
Okay. Are we on 4 Origin?
Yeah, I think we just play 4, right? It's a proactive 2 drop.
Okay.
You play it, you scry 2, you draw a card at a minimum the next turn.
I
Um,
I feel like we're probably on some Cecils. Like I know you mentioned it. a minute ago. I like the card. I think it can still work in here, but I am okay with us like deciding other cards before Cecil.
Yeah, I think Cecil might end up in the deck just because we need things to do at 1 mana that are
Hmm.
proactive. Like, right?
Grim,
Like that I think it'll end up just being, a sort of curve filler, but it's
yeah,
a good card for curve filler. But
our 1 mana removal suite. Since we're kind of skewing to Orzhov for our early turns, I think we can decide between Grim Bobble and Seamrip, or play a mix of them both.
I
Um,
think I'm pretty sure Seam Rip is the better card. Um and I would sideboard Grim Baubles. I would almost never main deck it unless I was in an environment where I got to see my opponent's deck list
okay.
before the start of the game. Um, that's been my take on this card forever. I think it's much better in, you know, heads up than it is heads down. But I think Seam Rip, given our skew in the mana base,
Hmm.
and Seam Rip triggers Loki just like Grim Bauble does.
Yep.
Uh, we are not a Day of Judgment deck.
No.
Verse Seeker. We are trying to play creatures.
Yeah. Like, if we're going to play if we're going to play a board wipe, it's going to be something else, and that would be in the sideboard. It'd be something like, uh, what's that artifact that exiles 2 or less?
Um, Artifact that exiles 2 or less. Oh, Pinnacle Star Cage.
Yeah, in this style deck, we'd be doing some shenanigans to taking advantage of reusing it and getting rid of the whole
Hmm.
entire board over and over again, while
Yeah.
taking advantage of our ETBs. That's what Esper Pixie used to do when temporary lockdown was in the format. But temporary lockdown would get rid of everything that CMC 2 or less,
Yeah.
besides
'Cause
lands.
So you could put things like Hopeless Nightmare, White to answer your question with one word answer, Zach. White has better board wipes. In standard, it's a little more nuanced than that, but
Hmm.
yeah, White generally speaking. So I think then, other like 2 mana things to pick up. I do think I like I said earlier, I think Momentum Breaker might be the better card right now.
I would
Um,
consider that Momentum Breaker does not trigger Loki, though.
yeah, but it does still. But like, here's the thing: is like, so you have a Momentum Breaker in play, right?
Yeah.
And you have a Loki in play. I don't need it to trigger Loki. I just need to pixie it, and that triggers Loki, right?
Yeah.
And that draws me my 1 card off of Loki, and then I can redeploy it and either eat a creature or. So I think about it in terms of like, yes, by itself it doesn't, but like
Hmm.
it always does something. Where like Nowhere to Run sometimes does nothing. So
So,
I think Nowhere to Run is like the kind of card where I want 4, just not in my main deck.
yeah.
Because in the decks where it's great, good, it's great, and,
Hmm.
and then there's lots of matchups where it's kind of not great.
I have a slight argument with you on this. If we, so I do agree, Momentum Breaker is better. It can do something when there's nothing on the field. Also, makes your opponent discard a card for 2 mana, which it's not the end of the world. You're doing something proactive. Um, but at the same time, all these green white decks are running around, which is the most popular deck right now. They go wide
Sure.
really fast, and they will just sacrifice like a little dude, like Llanowar Elves or something, instead of their big thing. So my thought, I agree with your thoughts, but with my thought
Mhm.
of what I just mentioned, some type of like even split between the two, maybe in the main board, if you
Yeah,
could justify it, like maybe a 3-3 split or a 2-2 split. I don't think we want to be a 2-2 split, but I was doing a 3-2 split. I was doing 3 Nowhere to Run and 2 Momentum Breaker.
sure.
And I felt fine with that in my Dimir build. But I was also
Mhm.
playing Grim Bobble or Tragic Trajectory in the 1-drop slot. I was doing one or the other.
Sure. Well, if we're trying, so here's the thing: if we're metagaming to play against exact green white, then we want Grim Bauble in our deck, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe we play one. But again, we don't know that we're going to be playing against green white
Yeah.
when we keep that Grim Bauble in our opening hand, and that's always the problem with Grim Bauble.
True.
Now, I'm going to
Yeah.
counterpoint. Yes, Momentum Breaker does not always kill the big creature, but neither does Nowhere to Run. Nowhere to Run never kills the big creature. Momentum Breaker sometimes kills the big creature.
Yeah.
So I would argue that like Yes, it's a split. I think it's a 3-3 split, if you want my honest opinion. I
Okay.
just like having the proactive nature of Momentum Breaker. And
Hmm.
even on the play, like Momentum Breakering a Llanowar Elves is not the end of the world, right?
Yeah.
Like we would do that play if it was available to us
Hmm.
most of the time. Um, but yes, I do agree with you. I concede that your point is definitely a thing to be thinking about.
Like, I'm not trying to like metagame like aggressively or anything like that. I'm just considering what we would potentially run into and see quite a bit of.
No, I think we're right to talk about it. That's the whole point of the stream.
Yeah.
So I
Uh,
guess now the next question that's going to come down to is, do we feel like we need any more threats? Because I think we're getting to that point where we're gonna. Because I think we're gonna play 3 Justice, by the way, to go
yeah.
with these Origin of Avengers. I think that's a neat little combo. Um,
Uh, for threats, uh, I'm not really seeing anything else besides like we're just
I think
playing
su-
we're basically playing a ton of little shitters and
I think
taking advantage of
I
them.
think yeah, I think like Super Shredder wouldn't be unreasonable to try, right? It's
Yeah.
another thing we can play for 2. It allows for like some turns where we go like pick stuff up on 3. Could go like play removals, play Super Shredder, untap, like Momentum Breaker, eat a creature, Pixie, pick up the Momentum Breaker, attack for 3, right? Like that's a thing we could do. And then it also has that little synergy where it's just like almost another Justice. It's
Yeah.
like those turns where we would like invest in one, we're investing in both.
I
Um,
feel like with Super Shredder, we'd probably be on a 2 of like
oh,
I
he's a curve filler. He's just like Cecil.
yeah.
Yeah, like we're not trying to play 4. We're just trying to
Hmm.
make sure we have enough threats to curve out with. Because I think we are a beatdown deck at the end of the day. Like,
Yes.
that is what we are. And we shouldn't forget it.
Now, the next thing I want to think about, like I think that's the core. Like I think we're getting the core of the deck down here. I feel like all these one-ofs that we were thinking about, those are some things we need to think about here. We have enough cards to have a whole deck right now, though, in my opinion. Um, but like I still like the idea of Ain in this list.
Mhm.
Um, it- Jane Foster seems fine, but I don't
I
think
feel like
needed.
if we were going to play Jane Foster, we'd have to start thinking about Tithing Blade and a main deck Grimbauble. And I think, actually, the thing that I do think would be really hot with Jane Foster is Cryogen Relic.
Yeah.
Where you just like attack, exile, draw a card, it comes back, you draw another card.
Well, no,
Like,
no. With Loki in the field, that would be 4 cards.
yeah,
Or
because you'd attack, trigger, target, draw a
draw a
card,
card,
exile,
exile,
trigger,
target,
draw a
draw a
card,
card,
enters.
enter, draw a card.
So you
Oh,
draw
three
3
cards. Yes.
cards, assuming you didn't play the Cryogen Relic that turn.
Hmm.
Um, I really wish this thing could target like enchantments.
Well, that'd be
Um,
so much better if it could. Like
um,
she's in the colors for it too.
Yeah, like, it's kinda weird that she can't, to be honest with you. I mean, I get why, she's meant to work with equipment, not
Yeah.
auras, but, like, still, like, it's, like, so close to, like, uh, I think this is it's almost good enough, but the problem is I think Tithing Blade is so much worse than, uh, Momentum Breaker
Hmm.
that I don't think we can um, justify its inclusion, right? Like, and then like Grim Bauble has the same problem of like, Grim Bauble has the problem of always like it's almost always going to suck in your main deck, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Um, so like I think because of that, the Mighty Jane Thor ends up not being fantastic. If some of those job select equipment were playable, like as
Yeah.
a proactive thing to be doing, maybe she'd be better because
Hmm.
she'd also trigger whenever you play one from like you'd attack, you'd trigger target exile, trigger target draw a card, exiles, enters again, triggers her to draw a card. You
For
know,
the YouTube comment about Jill. She was dominant. I don't think this card's playable here.
No, we got Justice to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, Justice
And
is just going to do more for us.
flipping this is not like a real thing,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
if the ability to flip this card was maybe like 3 mana, maybe, but that's
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah,
no,
that is the
unfortunately.
problem. That's the problem with all these Final Fantasy flip sagas is that like they're all way too expensive to like for their backsides would have to say something like destroy all creatures your opponent controls and like draw multiple cards at the same time. They would
Mhm.
have to do way too much basically to
Yeah.
justify playing them. And the truth is the only one that's ever been playable is probably Terra, the Gruul one,
Hmm.
just because it played really well with the roots.
Yeah.
But I think personally, um, I think we don't need any of these one of maybe the Bandit's talent, but I feel like we might want targeted.
Hmm.
Uh, I do think Bandit's talent is like out of all of these the most playable.
What do you think about
Um,
Ain? Do you think Ain's probably a sideboard card for us?
I'm just like thinking, what does Aang do? Well, Aang's like a removal spell, right?
Removal spell, counter spell, or
Ish.
a
It's a
what?
soft one of both of those things,
Yeah.
right?
What's the 2 mana? There's a blue version, a white version, modern. Return the spell to hand.
Oh, remand.
Yeah, it's a bad, not a bad remand. It's a sort of
Eh,
remand.
it is a bad remand. Mono Red's a good deck, Burst Seeker. It's got a lot of good cards. I would expect some bans in that deck, just to be frank.
Yeah,
Um,
once we get closer to an actual Pioneer season, if we do have one, then we'll
I,
probably.
I I'm well, we will, I'm sure, but I will tell anybody who's getting into Pioneer right now, I would expect a lot of curation
Mhm.
of the format. Probably not now, but like towards the end of the year,
But
start
also,
of next year.
if you're looking to investing into the format right now, it's going to be cheaper than once we get an actual announcement.
Yes. That's not to dissuade you from getting into it. I think there's plenty of like especially like the mana bases. Like if you get a blue red mana base, for example, like that blue red has been good in Pioneer for its entire existence
Hmm.
and will probably continue to be good despite bans that will affect it. Uh so like that's a pretty safe like is it Phoenix is a safe investment or is it Prowess is a safe investment? You know, just keep in mind that some things might get banned. But yeah, I don't think we need any of these cards.
Even the Wasp.
I kind of want the Wasp, but like I feel like the Wasp is just also Aang, right? Like they're kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah,
Now there is I put him in the sideboard. I think because I do think the thing that we might end up doing is I guarantee there's going to be a world where we're not actually playing 4 Momos,
yeah.
and we're going to be looking for the one of to put in over the fourth Momo. And I wouldn't be shocked if it's a copy of like the Wondrous Wasp or
Hmm.
Aang Swift Savior or cards like that.
I do think we're going to
How
be
many?
a deck with like 23 lands with where we're at right now.
Yeah, I say in my heart of hearts, it's probably like 22, just given our low curve.
Yeah.
And technically, we can cheat out Justice, and we're trying to draw a bunch of cards.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, like I could see that
Run
22,
41
but that means we got to
spells right
make
now.
2 cuts, right? Yeah, we gotta make at least 2 cuts to get to 21 lands.
How many?
All right.
This is just
I
heroes,
think
right?
I think the fourth Momo could probably come out of the deck.
I agree. I mean, like, I'm still not super high on Momo Playful Pet, but like I'm not opposed to playing it, so
I
I'm
think it's
okay with
this is
cutting it.
this is more of we're doing it for science.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, that would be fine, Bruce Seeker.
Jessica Control. Yeah. I mean,
Just
like,
like a deck that you vibe with and just go for it.
hmm like for the longest time, I was playing Golgari mid range, even though it wasn't playable in standard,
Hell yeah, bro.
and I still try working on making it playable and stuff, and I had fun with it. But I did honestly did have frustrating times with that. Like that's the
Yeah.
downside of like investing into one deck and only going to the one deck because you don't want to spend more money into the game that you play.
Yeah. But eventually you gotta bite the bullet.
Yep.
So
S-
thought, is it the fourth Tiny Bones?
I was gonna say I'm going back to the origin of Avengers, and like I know we're wanting to play it for the level 2 to take advantage of that and 3. We only have 3 heroes in the deck.
Well, keep in mind, if you don't put a hero in, you draw a card.
Yeah.
So 2 mana scry 2 draw a card is like that's like a playable card almost, especially when you
Hmm.
can reset it. And then sometimes it's scry 2, cheat this 3 mana guy into play, pick it back up, replay it, scry 2 again. Right? Like
Hmm.
so I think again, and because this one isn't legendary, so it doesn't have like the same kind of diminishing returns, I kind of just want to play a bunch of them just to like make sure. This is where playtesting in paper would be better because like
Yes.
then we could play 3 of them and just put one in your opening hand every game,
Yeah.
just to really see if it actually is good or not.
Hmm.
But sadly, we're playing online, so um,
What if we did
my
one
gut
main?
tells me what.
Sorry, go ahead with what you were saying. I
No,
cut you off.
you say your thought actually.
I was gonna say, so like my guts tell me to play 3 Origin Avengers, but then the other thought is like maybe justify playing one Ain in the main and some number in the board.
Well, I wouldn't worry about sideboarding for now.
Yeah,
I think we're only going to play game ones to really feel out the deck
yeah,
versus full on sideboarded. You know, yeah. I don't see a world where we're gonna at least tonight get into sideboards because I think that's a whole can of worms
yes,
uh, on its own. I think tonight's going to be proof of concept tonight.
yeah.
Um, just to try and see that it actually functions.
Hmm.
I'm just looking at lands, right? Because I do think, yeah, you can trim like an Ang, and that gets us to 21 lands. And I think 21 might be a good number to start with.
You're playing Golgarian Pioneer and also Demir Bounce. It's so good. Yeah, I'm still not convinced Demir Bounce is a real deck in Pioneer, but
I mean, I played that a bunch. I play it. My favorite Pioneer deck right now is Esper Pixie.
I feel
I
like
love
Esper Pixie is probably more real than Demir is.
maybe. Um, I think it's real. It's still real to me. Damn it. Uh, shout out to anybody who knows that reference. So I'm thinking mana base wise, it's probably like concealed courtyard because like that's kind of how Rosa Blackwind gets it. I think yeah, like concealed courtyard feels like the go-to
Hmm.
starting land, and then like we're probably a starting town deck just because we're playing so few lands.
Yes.
And we're trying to end the game, I guess, relatively quickly. And I guess they kind of help with Cecil, right? Like we are a Cecil deck.
Yeah.
So they can actually help flip Cecil relatively quickly. So I think that's our starting base.
Hmm.
I think are we like a shock verge mana base? What are we? I feel like that's the way we have to go without because we're working with pretty tight margins in real
We are.
estate.
Are we going to keep in consideration that people are just playing bad decisions and playing a lot of land destruction decks when they shouldn't be?
I mean, in standard that's mostly what field of ruin or just demolition
There's a
field.
lot of people playing Jeskai Lessons with a land destruction package when with Fin
Sure.
Fein Foom.
Oh, that's right. They're doing Fing Fang Foom with the 8 million destruction spells. Because
Yeah, I
can I tell
still
you my feelings about the modern land destruction deck?
it's miserable to play against.
Well, no, it's actually just not a great deck in my opinion. I pub stomped it at an RCQ over the weekend, but the I also watched JJ Pub Stomp it. And it was really it's not a great deck. But my point being is that it is miserable to play against for a lot of people.
Mm.
And so a lot of people want a card banned out of it. But I think if the card Cleansing Wildfire ends up on the banned list in Modern, I think we can just sunset the format at that point. Like, I think we could just call it and be done.
That'd be
Like,
funny.
I do think it's probably. I mean, to be fair, if they banned a card, it was probably Avengers Disassembled because that card's surprisingly.
Good.
I think the fact that that card can do both of its things
Mm. We
is like
failed as a
ridiculous.
society if that happens.
Yeah, honestly, like, what is Wizards doing? I mean, JJ does lose sometimes.
Yeah.
He's not a world champion.
We all lose
Interesting fact.
sometimes. We all win sometimes.
Exactly. I lost a game over the weekend where I had to remind myself that I play on the Pro Tour. Like, I died to an opposing superior Spider-Man while I had to copying my Atraxa while I had a Psychic Frog in play.
Oh.
Meaning I could just eat my Atraxa and not lose that game. But then, I haven't played with Psychic Frog in a minute, so I
Hmm.
forgot what Psychic Frog does and just said sure, and then I died.
uh
It happens.
yeah.
Uh I'm thinking our best Verge is probably Bleachbone Verge, right?
Yeah. I got two in here right now.
I think that might be the full four.
Okay.
And then we're like a good number because like I'm thinking just like our shock lands are probably like what, like Watery Grave. Because if we play like
Goblet
four
Shrine.
Courtyard, four Verge, I think it's Grave and Hollowed Fountain.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Hollow Fountain.
Yeah, because like I feel like we could play like a 3/3 there, and then like two Godless Shrines, and then like a basic. And it might
S-
even be like three starting towns is right. We play two basic lands.
I'm okay with that. So 3 starting town, 3 grave. How many Gloom Lake Verge?
I think zero. I think the only Verge we're playing is Bleachbone Verge.
All right. And then 2 Goblet Shrine, 4 Concealed Courtyard, 4 Bleachbone, 3 Hollowed Fountain.
Yeah, I think it's 3/3/2, six blue shocks and two non-blue shocks.
Okay. And then we're mostly
Um,
Orzhov. So for our basics, do we just want Swamp and Plains?
yeah, probably. That casts all of our one mana things. Maybe we need to get more because we only have 9 blue sources in this deck.
Yeah, it's not that many.
So we probably need like, yeah, we have ways to scry, so it's not like we can't find them.
Yeah.
But maybe we need one more.
Maybe.
Honestly, it might be the fourth starting town over the second Godless Shrine.
And then do we actually want to play how many but without the basics, how many untapped white sources do we have on turn 1? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
8,
that's
9,
12.
12.
But the
Yeah.
only one drops on white we want to cast are 2 Seam Rips or Momo.
Yeah, so maybe we could de-emphasize that. Maybe we could play like another Watery Grave.
I was thinking about the basic as well.
Oh, the basic planes.
Yeah. Because
Sure.
like
Like,
in the instance we come across like say a land destruction deck and they give our only blue source, we're gonna want to get a way to have a blue source.
so you think we should have an island in our deck?
Yeah.
Sure. Over the plains?
I think so. Like right now in total we're at 17 white, 17 black, 10 blue.
Sure. I do think we could do I do think I like that change. I actually, you know what? No, I don't. I never mind, I don't. I'm already picturing it in my head where I have an island in my hand and a bunch of one mana black and white cards.
Yeah.
Meaning this island is just not casting those cards.
Okay.
I do think that conceptually though you're right. So maybe we play just the four hollowed fountains.
Or Hollowed Fountains
Um
over.
like and we just play the one swamp. There's a certain point in your life Jaffer, when you have to look at your land destruction opponent and tell them that you don't respect them.
Okay.
And I think this might be that time.
All right.
Like, yeah, do we lose the land destruction? Yes, we also chose to play Esper. Like,
True.
like
So
we asked for this. Like,
we're cutting the basic plains then.
yes, and I think it's a fourth hollowed fountain.
All right.
And then yeah, the four starting towns, and I think that's it, at least to start with. I don't know if it's the perfect deck, but
Hmm.
it's the deck we have.
Yeah.
And chat, you know what I like to do when I'm trying out a deck for the very first time. You know what I like to do, Jaffer?
What?
I play against one of my very special testing partner, Sparky,
Yeah.
just to see how my opening hands look for like 2 or 3 games.
I will do that. Only two basics gonna make Jeskai hard as fuck to play against because as soon as they see and no more, that's all they'll do. Well, that's also assuming you're playing against the Jeskai land destruction build.
I'm also going to be 100% real. I think a second basic land isn't going to really solve that problem.
Yeah, we're on 21 lands right now.
Yeah, like I think we're going to have a lot bigger problems than our Jeskai land destruction opponent popping our lands and then seeing blood in the water, because they're going to do two. Like, I think two. See, look at this beautiful hand. That is a beautiful hand, Jaffer.
And
That's a turn one seam rip into Loki into
It's a
seam rip
game.
again.
I remember to have fun.
Okay, so we were just wanting to test hands out here, or were we wanting the?
Yeah. I mean, I
play it
like to
out a
play
little
the
bit.
first few turns just to see how the hands draw. Right? Like,
Okay. Oh, I guess I could have went Cecil there instead.
Oh.
I think it matters a ton. So with here, like just a 1/1, I feel like we just shock it and play Loki, or we just played Cecil. Sparky draws first blood. We kind of did.
we drew first blood on ourselves.
Yeah.
Let's get moving.
I think it's kind of a horse apiece if you either go Loki or Cecil.
Well, if you go Loki, they're going to shock it.
Yeah. And I think we're fine just not dealing with the 1/1. There's it doesn't count. Nest robber. Oh. Okay, no land. This looks like a seam rip in Tiny Bone's turn.
Yeah, I mean, now we're probably... Yeah, we probably just do that, right? Because if we
Yeah.
play Tiny Bones this turn, the next turn our Loki's a cantrip.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll draw us a land.
Oh.
I
I think we're attacking.
Well, the real question is are we blocking?
Oh, yeah.
No. Are we blocking on their turn?
If it's just a, I'm kind of.
I think the answer is no, right? I think you know in your heart of hearts that this is an attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like to think of that whenever I'm making like a decision on whether or not to attack in a spot like this, it's more of like I'm deciding that I'm not blocking. Would be, I think, the better thought. Oh hell yeah, they ran.
Sparky with the
Look at
BM.
Sparky, so aggressive.
Yeah, so we're just gonna go Loki here, draw a card, and find out what else we're gonna do.
Yeah, we'll see what Loki finds. I love that we can target ourselves. Hell yeah.
I think we're just Pixie
I think
picking up Tiny Bones.
honestly, yeah. Like that seems like a pretty reasonable play.
We're not attacking
Could
here.
also see a world. Yeah, no. Now we're not attacking. Cecil. Now we want to block with Cecil so that Cecil won't
I think we're just starting off with Tiny Bones again. Draw a card.
Yeah. Seems good to me.
We're playing some sneaky cards. Yeah.
We could also hold up Ang, right? Like and just Ang away a token.
Yeah. I mean, now we
But
definitely can.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, now we can shock and do that. Because then when we Ang a token on their turn, we draw a card.
Mm-hmm. I
Dude.
don't think we're attacking still.
No, especially since we're shocking.
Oh, it's just a 2/3.
Okay. It's probably just...
Probably what?
Oh.
Oh, never mind. Aang's a legend. It triggers Loki already. It doesn't even need to have an ability. Okay.
I mean, at this point, we're just probably jamming one breaker, attacking 4 in the air, hold up Kieran.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah, because Kieran can trade. I mean, this momentum breaker just says, Actually, hold on. We could have justiced here. That would have been much better. We should have justiced to bounce the token.
Oh, yeah.
Because then that's just a bigger thing. Yeah.
And then we would have got a better use of a momentum breaker the following turn.
Yeah. But also, just like these Sumbral Kiorans are gonna throw justice as well.
We're casting one this turn, I think.
Oh, that's funny. Just thought of a new synergy.
What's that?
So you can Pixie back Justice, right?
Okay.
And then it's in your hand for Origin of Avengers.
Oh.
So if you use it as like as a way to bounce an opposing threat, and then Pixie it back, and then like you could like play it, bounce something, and then like the next turn, or if it's later up in the game, go like Pixie, pick up the thing, play Origin of Avengers, and the next turn you get to put it into play for free and unsummon another thing.
Okay.
Yeah, just like
I mean, at this point, I think we just...
I think you just attack with your flyers and then play this bouncing like Pixie or something.
I was thinking of just probably getting rid of like the 1/1.
I mean, I just don't think the 1/1 matters.
Yeah, probably not.
And plus, this puts a 3/3 into play, right? Because here you're going to pick up Pixie just because it's another bounce threat. Which was a ding.
Dagger Shaft.
But now we have a 3/3 in play, so even if they were to attack, we can now kill the 2/3.
Yeah, I mean, we just have lethal in the air.
Well, yeah, that too. So, like... Fuck, Spark. Out here bullying the
Oh, that's on the ground afterwards? Oops.
Yes, it is.
Oh, well.
It is on the ground afterwards. I mean, it's still lethal because it puts a counter on all your attacking creatures, but... Or your attacking... I also have the deck built, and I'm also playing against Sparky, and I just opened on a hand of triple starting town and drew my 4th one.
That is funny.
Life is pain.
The only thing I don't like so far is 21 lands. I think I would rather be comfortably on 22.
Probably. It's probably correct to find like a way to get to 22 lands. And it's probably not as hard as we're making it out to be.
Yeah.
I feel like we're just being incredibly greedy with our real estate, but yeah.
How many 1-drop creatures we got? We got 4, 7, 9.
Realistic, we have 5, right? Like,
Yeah.
we have 5 we actually want to play.
What is the last cut? I'm being stubborn and I don't want to cut Tiny Bone Shrines up. Add a Plains, cut Momo. I want to add a Plains. I'm just trying to figure out what the last cut is. I kind of want to keep the Ain.
I mean, to be fair, it might just be. I think from a math perspective, it's probably that 4th Tiny Bones, but like, I agree. I also don't want to cut it. You know, my instinct is to not cut it, but
I'm gonna cut 1 Momo. I'll try that. All right, we're gonna go through a Sparky match real quick, one more time, chat, just to test the list out for an opening hand and see how things go. That's a lot of unplayable stuff. 2 Hallowed Fountains, 2 Kyrian, a Justice, Tiny Bones, and a Super Shredder.
yeah, welcome to the world of Pixie.
Yep.
Sometimes your hands look more like feet.
That just looks playable. We got 3 lands, spells, Nurture Pixie, Seam Rip, Origins, and Momentum Breaker. I think I put Godless Shrine back here. We are playing 3 Justice.
Rightio.
I am not a fan of the card, but it's something we're trying out. Put back that order. We're gonna play Pixie, pick up Origins, replay Origins.
Yeah, this is the whole deal, right? Like,
Yeah.
But did we
Ooh.
draw the Justice off the Origins?
Yeah, I had a choice of land or first scrying to it. There was Conceal Courtyard and Justice, so I drew the Conceal Courtyard first. I got a choice between an Ain and Super Shredder for my top 2 cards. I think I've been both of them.
It's important to.
I got Pixie, Breaker, and Seam Rip. I mean, Super Shredder I could probably keep because with having Seam Rip, Breaker, and Pixie, things will get bigger. Justice is going to get bigger too. Put Justice into play. Pick up Origins. And I want to set up the top of the deck again with Origins, but I kind of want to get Super Shredder down. I think I'm gonna be a little greedy there. And plate.
Yeah, a little, but I think it's fine. Sometimes it's right to be greedy.
Get Momo. Yeah, just reuse Origins. Kinda need another land.
Whoa! That's going to leave a mark.
Oh, remember I messaged you about the content I'm looking at doing? PUB tournament content?
Yeah.
My camera comes in Friday.
Nice. Very exciting.
I should have block there.
All right, so yes, we are playing Justice, and we are playing Origin of the Avengers to do a little wombo combo. So far, I'm gonna be honest with you, this looks pretty hot.
I mean,
mean,
do you
this
see
still
my board state right now?
Yeah, this looks great.
It's like we're gonna hold Kieran for when the third chapter goes off.
Yeah.
Pick it up.
So
So
like, here
Hey,
we go. Like what? Like Momentum Breaker eats a token that grows our super token, and then
oh,
we can like, because like we
I could
could
pixie this back up. I'm gonna put a stop
actually
in my main phase.
go to like we can attack with like Pixie Momo, and then like Pixie pick up the Momo, and then read. Oh damn, our mana tapped. Our auto tapper
Oh
screwed that
yeah,
play. Because we could play Pixie, pick up Momo, put a counter on something, probably this Pixie to make it a 3/3, and then
yeah,
redeploy the Momo.
Oh.
But we made decisions. We started making plays before we made decisions.
yeah. And I
Uh,
kind of let the auto tapper do its thing. At this point,
Yeah.
though, I don't see the problem for pixieing like Momentum Breaker back. Just to be able
Yeah.
to, because like if I
At
attack,
this point, yeah,
I want to
this
attack a
point,
Super
yeah.
Shredder, but it's just gonna die at this point.
yeah. No, I agree. I think it's correct. This is where we're at, right?
Yeah.
Also grows Justice. Hell yeah, this is great.
So stop in my main phase since that goes off in the main phase.
Yeah, I think you get a chance to respond before the ability happens, but
Oh, okay.
damn. Storm Strike
All right.
did not matter, but
I mean, the game's over. It's not gonna matter, but still, like we're doing cool stuff.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this looks pretty hot.
Do you have Loki's and paper?
Me? No. I barely have any Marvel stuff. I didn't get to do my normal event
Okay.
for Marvel. I was in Chicago and tried. It was just the pre-release weekend, which I was like,
I just want to see what the top card
that was
is.
hot. I want you to know that I'm at full mast after watching that happen. Like, that is everything I've ever wanted a Sun Pearl Kieran to do. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I am 1,000% sold on Origin of the Avengers and Justice,
Okay.
especially playing them together.
Okay.
Like that feels especially good because it's like Justice seems like it's probably like reasonably okay on its own.
Mhm.
And then like Origin of the Avengers helps smooth our draws, but also can just put a Justice into play. I'm not sure if I'd want a fourth Justice. That might be a bit much, but
I think it would be a bit much too. Chat, what do you guys think so far?
I do like it though. I'm enjoying this.
I plan on going to Adventure on Friday for Nexus night. But like if I can get the cards for this, I kinda want to go to F&M instead.
I
only
can
cards-
respect that.
Only cards I'm missing is Origin, Avengers, Loki, Moful, Playful
I'm
Pet,
missing
and Justice.
all. Yeah, when two of those are uncommons, so
Yeah.
yeah, I don't have any Lokis unfortunately or Origins, but I'm also not gonna buy them until I actually need them.
Yeah. I mean, for me,
So it might actually, to be honest, it would probably not be a bad idea to buy Lokis right now
because they're kind of
for a hand.
they might go up. There's a chance they could go up.
Well, the Pro Tour is in a couple days.
Yeah.
And Loki, if it's going to be truly broken, it'll probably be in Modern.
Mhm.
And there's a non-zero chance that that's going to be a thing that we find out this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
You're smart, John, but I cannot agree. Pioneer, Modern, or Eternal formats, such as Legacy, Commander, and Vintage. Yeah. I mean, like, by definition, it's not the Pioneer's not Pioneer, Modern, not Eternal formats, but everybody treats them as that pretty much at this point.
Well, it's not even treat. That's just the word eternal does not mean what people like It does not mean what it originally meant anymore.
Yeah.
It used to mean one thing, now it means another thing, is basically what's happened.
Low keys are about $6.24.
Yeah, they're not expensive. They've come down in price because I do think at least the initial impression is that they're not like all they're cracked up to be, at least in modern.
Guess people are trying to play them as like dude modern, right?
Yeah, and that's just not. I just don't think that's a realistic thing.
Yeah. So, yeah, on TCG Player, people are selling about $6 and a little bit higher.
Yeah, like
If we want to go to the alt art, there were some. Oh, that's about $10. The alt art has the Avenger on. No. The alt art has. Is that Storm? Where is it? Storm, the thing. I think I see Doom in the bottom left. Trying to figure who that is. I know I'm a broken record, but I just really think that the Mythic Ladder, we're gonna get wrecked by the Jessica infestation. Yeah, I mean, like there's a chance of that too. Like, but this is still a fun brew to try to make work out.
listen, chat. I don't think chat heard us earlier. Sometimes you have to look at your land destruction opponent and let them know that you don't respect them. And you can't build not every deck, especially brews, are not going to be able to beat everything. Like that's just
Yeah,
it's just not the reality that we live in, and we just have to kind of accept that.
there's some matches that you just accept that it's very so unfavorable that you can't win it. Like
Believe me,
you could
Chad,
try.
if your goal is to win on the Mythic Ladder, this is not the deck you should be playing.
No, it is not. Like this potentially could be a deck you can climb to Mythic with. Any deck can be, really, if as long as like anybody can make the Mythic, really. As long as if you get a large amount of games in, you can make it to Mythic. But
Exactly.
like once you're in Mythic, it's either gonna be you're gonna see all the same decks or you're gonna see a bunch of brews. It depends where in the Mythic Ladder you are and at the time of season it is. But I like the idea of this so far. I do think the 22 lands is probably the better route to go. I think.
How did you like? I liked Origin of Avengers a lot. Just even in the little, I get that it's Sparky games, so they're not like that big of a deal for power level.
Yeah,
But
this is basically we're
more gold fishing.
yeah, we're gold
And
fishing.
just in gold fishing, it seemed like it played really smoothly
Mm-hmm.
with our core theme. And the other like I guess experimental cards here, right? Loki seemed like it was good. And then Justice / Super Shredder, they
Mm-hmm.
seemed fairly reasonable.
Yeah.
And even the Momo did too, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like Momo did not feel out of place at any point.
It didn't.
In those hands, and I think since that's the case, like obviously I don't think that shouldn't be the bar that we're setting, but like for what we're trying to do, I think this deck's ticking all the boxes. I'm not going to sit here and tell everybody you should go out and buy all the stuff for Esper Pixie, but
Mm-hmm.
I do think that this is
Unless your
feels like
name's
a real
Jarman.
deck so far, at least conceptually.
I think, yeah. So far, I think it seems like could be a real deck, or it could be a fun FNM deck. Don't know yet. We need to get more testing with it. The interactions that we were doing with Origin of the Avengers, and Sunpearl Karen and Justice, I really liked it. It seemed pretty cool. Just ordered the deck.
Click, checkout, done.
And so Tiny Bones a little bit of extra reach. Yeah, that I like Tiny Bones showing stuff because of that too. I just like the card. It's it's doing its best impersonation of Hopeless Nightmare for us,
Mhm.
which I still feel
Yeah.
like we could get that back in the format and it'd be fine.
Well, yes, but people think we're the crazy ones.
Mhm.
Even though I agree with you. I think the people who don't like that card are cowards. Like guys, land destruction exists in the format now, right? Like I think we can call it. Like it's gonna be okay. Let your opponent rip your hand apart with
Mhm.
Hopeless Nightmare. And how and think about it like this, chat. That'll be the way we balance out the universe, right? If our land destruction opponent has no cards in hand by turn 3, then they can't land destruction you, right?
Chat, this is just a reminder for everybody. I'm not ending the stream anytime soon, but just a reminder, I'm actually switching my schedule around this week, so I'm gonna stream tomorrow and Wednesday, and then I'm taking Thursday, Friday off. So I can go check out a Nexus night at Thursday at a game store, and again, I'm gonna double check with them, see if they actually fire Thursdays, because they told me they host Thursdays. And then Friday, I plan on going to another Nexus night if I'm having fun with Riftbound for that, but that's an open play. It's not a tournament style. Um, Depending on how I feel, I'll probably maybe go to F&M instead. I actually got some Riftbound cards in the mail today.
Ooh, fun.
The card
I'm
stock
not
on this, the card stock on in this game is like so much better than Magic's. Like it's a lot thicker and feels more
actually
sturdy.
there is a fundamental problem with their card stock, at least on some of their older print run
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Which is there's no core. So
Oh,
have you ever torn a Magic card and see that blue
yeah.
layer?
Yeah, it's
That's
the
the
blue
core
core.
of the card. Technically, what that's there for is it prevents curling,
Mm-hmm.
from like humidity. Um, yeah, apparently the first couple sets of Riftbound didn't have cores because it,
Oh.
saved them like a tenth of a penny or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, that was just like a thing. So like those, their cards just curled really badly.
Oh boy. I think I want to toss a sideboard together and attempt this on ladder, or if you want to do a match. I don't know what your time's looking like. I know it's 9 o'clock.
Realistically, I should go to bed soon because I work in the morning. So I'll leave you to ladder it up,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna watch the VOD to see whether or not we are absolute geniuses or if this is another Golgari aggro situation.
Yeah, where are you talking about that one RC that you were
Yeah.
you played that deck and
Oh yeah,
um
it was a dumpster fire. I did play against Nathan Stoyer and he told me my deck was cool, so that was something, but it was he did pub stomp me with 4-color legends at the same time, so how cool was my deck really? Like,
Hey Ryan.
but yes, yeah, I'm worried, sometimes you and I have a bad habit of building decks that we
Yes.
feel are really good and then,
Hmm.
like end up being terrible.
I
Just
felt
like through
bad. I felt a little bad for that too. Of like not just for you, but like we had a couple of my viewers that were convinced the deck was real and played the deck in the RC also, and then they came in the chat like a week later, like, yeah, the deck sucks. I had the most terrible time at the RC playing it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was probably not a bad deck.
It was a
It
bad
was just a
time.
bad deck. It was a bad deck for that weekend.
Yeah.
Like that was not the week for it. I
Uh.
say as I am absolutely buying 4 Lokis and 4 Origin of the Avengers.
How much is
Like,
Origin of the
listen,
Avengers?
chat. Do
Wait,
as I say, not as I do. Okay, like.
chat. Just a reminder: if you're buying through TCG Player, use my TCG Player link.
Oh, you have an affiliate link?
I do.
I can't use an affiliate promo code.
No, there's no such thing.
There's a crock of shit. I have to go through a link. Where's your link?
What I have to do to have you play my deck? You can pay me to play your deck. You can either gift 5 subs to the channel or pay me $20 directly.
That's a good rate. Where do I find this TC?
You can just click on the link and then the URL you should see my name in the
Asking
URL somewhere.
for
I'm sorry, I cut you off. What'd you say?
where is the link? Do I just type it in the chat?
Oh,
like
yeah. So I did
how
TCGP
do I
and
get the link?
so
How
in the
do I
chat
get the link?
is TCGP. So then that link right there. I'm affiliated with TCG Player. Order your cards through here.
Okay. I'll
Um.
order my cards because
Okay. How much is Origins of price or first seeker? You have a good night. Origin.
it's 40 cents.
Oh, okay. Moon, knock it off. I'm gonna toss the sideboard here together. I'm thinking one Ain on the board at least, 2 to 3 Kaitos. I think start with 2 Duress. Do we want to play Bandit's Talent in the board, or do we want to give up on that?
I feel like that's a card you commit to.
Okay. I think
Right?
at that point, I think I'm just gonna choose no on the Bandit's Talent.
yeah, I feel like if we're gonna play it, it should just be in your main deck or whatever.
The 4th Nord run on the board. Check my Insta DMs. Is it of the cat POV thing that you sent me? I thought that was the most hilarious thing. So I got 2 Duress, 2 Grim Bobble. I don't know if I want Wondrous Wasp in the board. I just toss it in there because it's a card we both wanted to play. I got 1 Nordoron, 1 Ain, 2 Kaido. How big is landfall right now? Like, should I consider Wanchiton?
Well, that's a tall order for this deck's mana base to hit double blue.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's double blue.
Ooh, I love my local game stores chat.
Do they have
I
like nothing?
snubbed your TCG player link, and no, the opposite. They had everything I was looking.
Oh,
-1 Loki.
Okay.
I have to find one more copy.
Are you gonna play this Friday?
Oh yeah, play something with these cards.
Okay.
I suppose I should actually Justice is the other card. I mean, the only card I cannot.
You're cutting out again. Hello? John, are you there? Hello? Oh, his camera did disappear. Owen, come on. Oh, his internet died. Oh. And they got him. All right. Well, John's internet died. So we're gonna finish tossing this sideboard together. Sounds like me earlier. You're died in your lunch break, and then your power went out for 2 hours. Oh my god. Yeah, requisition raid we can consider as either a 1 or 2 of. I feel like the Wondrous Wasp we probably cut. Are we a road gaming chat? Instant speed, 1 mana removal sounds pretty solid. And Grim Bauble is okay, but I think maybe 2 road in addition. That'd be 5 removal spells on the board. In this deck, Justice is fine. Solid. Wow, I can't spell. The Wondrous Wasp. Road, raid, rest, Grim Bauble, nowhere to run, Ain, Kaido. Grixis Leader? How bad would the idea of playing the Star Cage be? Because, like, if we're playing against a creature deck and have Justice on the field, play Star Cage, exiling everything, just one or more. Whenever another non-life permanent you control. Oh, no. Oh, you control is returned to his owner's hand. Oh. No, Flash Freeze probably do. What? God. All right, what do we think? What's the last card? I don't think we cannot afford to play a 5 mana cost card. That is way too much. Starcage 2 right now. Good 2 right now. Starcage hits a lot of our stuff though. Chat. So John's internet didn't exactly die. He died heroically buying Loki's from his LGS to the point where all of a sudden he just disappeared. Thanos saw him buying Loki's and snapped his finger. The deck's too powerful to play. A null or something, maybe. You make a fill-in? Enters exile all artifacts and creatures of mana value 2 or less until this artifact leaves the battlefield. Part of me just wants to play split up instead. Strap potato. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Graveyard hit we need. Okay, so do we want... Maybe we'll hit one Grim Bobble then. I think I want at least 2 pieces of Graveyard Hate, 1 Strat Betrayal, and then maybe we can go probably the Ooze or either the Ooze or Ghost Vacuum. Or we can figure out how to put Rips in here because we're not taking advantage of our graveyard with this deck. Hey, Empath, how you doing? No. So whenever a player or permanent becomes target of ability you control, draw a card. This ability triggers once each turn, so it has to be an ability. I mean, Rip enters, and no, actually, no, Rip doesn't target. I'm gonna do a 1/1 split, a Rip and the Ooze. Your Mox will turn 1 year this month. Nice. Give us tokens of hump. Yeah, that was the idea. The idea is that the Ooze can help pump more, and then in addition to that, like we're targeting a graveyard, and then we get the tokens that target our dudes. So we can just like exile on our opponent's side, trigger Loki, draw a card on our turn, activate a Mugen token, draw a card, and then Rip it just is pretty solid. So we just exile the whole graveyard all at once. All right, we're gonna go try this out on the ladder. Hey, thanks for the follow on TikTok. It's a mulligan. Chat, there is a prediction up. Yep. Mm-hmm. Playing tap land. Oh, they're Jeskai. Depending on what Oppo does, if they just play one creature, burn a Justice Vance with the Origins, and then pick up Memento Breaker. They're gonna deal 4 damage. Green dot. And you discard. Okay. Why? Didn't really see the point in that. Player Super Shudder. The Aether Spark. I haven't seen that in forever. Think you'll know you're not alone. Chat, just a reminder, if you're enjoying the content, be sure to follow the channel. That is a free way to help support the stream. Pixie, the tiny bone joins up, make them discard their card. We got 7 power in the field. Sure. Their last basic. I'll trigger Super Shredder. And Chainsaws. Or to the... Wouldn't it better to equip this? 2, 3, 4, 8. Oh, we got lethal. Make it. So they're playing like Boros equipment, it looks like. Did you well fun? Thank you. Like Shredder. Shredder's pretty cool. Is Shredder still like stupid expensive? I think I own 3. There's an ad starting. I think we're gonna want Duress in this matchup. $18. It's cheaper than when I got mine. We barely seen any red spells, so I don't think we want Flash Freeze. Negate, I could see coming in. And Requisition Raid. In your... Oh, what the heck did we cut? 1 Loki. Thinking Momo. Maybe 1 Origin. Gonna go quick. I mean, Justice seemed pretty sick too. Ow. That's a mulligan. Sure. And I'm taking call. They're playing Loki also? All right. Picked it up. Line. Hold on, move, hold on. Pick it up. Make them discard. They go to set. There are 2 cards then. Chainsaw. Move along just to make it through. Go on, go on. All right, we're gonna go Cecil, make the mill. Origin. Keep it this way. Hey, Greg Shaft with the 20 stream streak. I'm streaking. Also, Pooter with the streak earlier, an hour ago. We streaking. Seam rip. That sucks. We're gonna make the mill. I think we're gonna pick this up. Jane Foster. No tax or an end turn. Okay. Monday, why are you here? I mentioned on the past couple of streams I'm going to be streaming today. I had John on earlier. Grab that. All good. 5. That's modern. I don't care too much. How'd that go? We are playing Esper Pixie that we brewed earlier. It does not play Storm Chaser's talent. His internet died while when we got done. We were talking about the list and stuff, and he was ordering cards. How much that costs to equip? Equip worthy. You may equip permanent target creature control only as a sorcery. Legendary, non-villainous, red or white. Okay, I'm gonna take the risk here. Feel like we're doing enough for prowess anyways. Taking 5. Oh, we got the game again. All right, we got there with our first match. I'll hold the list up for everybody. You can see it. We built it. We discussed it for most of the stream while of the ideas and stuff with building it, and then after we tossed it together, we played against Sparky to just see how the games would play out. It is a very low to the ground deck. So everybody's tuning in. This Esper Pixie build is a lot of legends. We're playing Tiny Bones Joins Up, and we're just playing some legends that happen to pair well with it. But we're playing like Nurturing Pixie, Sunpillow Kieran, and Justice Vance for our bounce effects. We're not playing Boomerang Basics or Talent, and we're taking advantage of Origin of the Avengers. It just seems solid, like a 2-mana Scry 2. Then you may put a hero card, which is just Justice Vance, into play, or if you don't, draw a card. And then chapter 3, you put a 1 counter on each creature you control. So for chapter 3, you could hold priority, flash Kieran in, pick this back up, and recast it. The idea with Justice Vance, in addition to the bounce effect, is have a flying creature that grows bigger, and then Super Shredder just grows pretty decently big in this deck too. The sideboard I tossed together, just some thoughts. Legend Standard. Super Shredder's a pretty cool card. I don't remember what happened to my copies. I think I had 3. I have a box of magic cards to my right that I need to look through eventually. Politician's Farm. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Turk Gobbler sent me something to look at, and I forgot to look at it till now. A copy of regular Super Shredder. All right, we're gonna try this out. Okay, cool. Always been a good stable player, MTG player also. Okay. As long as you enjoy playing, that's what matters. Keep it. I'll start a new prediction for you guys. New prediction up. Another good paper then. I'm glad that you feel inspired about things like that. I think it's Mardu, I think. We got Seam Rip to deal with that. Drawing a land would be great. That's going to turn to a 3/3. So we might. I want to draw an untap land, go nowhere to run, and Seam Rip. We did it. Berkeley, how's your Monday going? I have to keep reminding myself it's Monday. Arden Academic. That thing they're gonna give it lifelink. Okay, so fairly sick, unfortunately. Mr. Jamba. Hey, PK. Empty dishwasher release. That's a good thing to get distracted by, though, right? Show you this on Friday. I've never heard it till now. Sounds pretty solid, though. We're in very dangerous territory. 2, 4, 6. That's 6 damage. The blood gas. We're gonna give a life link. Yeah, we're dead. Do I want flash freeze? 2, 3. Kind of. All right. I think we'll try this out. Since they want to discard cards, we'll turn them on the joins up. I'll put Ain back. Moon. Kitty cat. Any more regrets? I'll get a flash freeze. That's nice. Take nowhere to run, so we can't keep reusing it. That sucks. The chat. I'm gonna get my camera in on Friday. I need to get a mount for it. I'm looking at buying a hat. It's a hat that comes with a mount that you put a GoPro on the front right here. OnlyFans about to go crazy. So, and I'm gonna do like a test recording with it to try to get everything ready once I get the hat in. It's a 4 though. Oh, so I the idea I mentioned of doing Magic tournament POV content, I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna try that out, see how that goes. Since I don't see a market for it at all here on YouTube for Magic wise, at least. Get my glasses and be a chud. Those cost more. Are they gonna blow this up? Oh, and chat saying hi. I don't have meta glasses. I'm gonna wait to cast this. I need to get new classes overall. Moan. Kitty kitty. I feel like there's better things than Cecil right now. Kitty cat. And I did look it up. I can stream. I can live stream with the camera I'm getting. I have to download a GoPro app and I connect it to my phone and I could stream it through that way. I got some issues that nobody. Can't wait for the bathroom breaks. You're a weird cat. Moon, can you stop that? Kitty, kitty, kitty. I would take it off, obviously, when I go to the bathroom. I wonder how many red spells they're sitting on within their hand. We're flooding on 22 lands. Oh my god. We're just dead. Moon, no, no. All right, 1 second, chat. I'm gonna put the list up for you guys to look at, and I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me know what you guys think. If you have any thoughts about the list or anything. Ad break's gonna run, but I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I'm back. I grabbed a snack and some water. No, it does seem a little insane, but it's been fine. Welcome back, thank you. Get this back up. We're gonna go for this. Mill them a card. We draw a card. Exile the Iron Shield. Oh. Looks like they're playing the Mardu deck, but they're playing Inevitable Defeat. We're not taking advantage of whatchamacallit, talent, because we're not playing talent, so that's why we don't have Boomer Basics in here. And we're just playing for bounce effects, 11 of them. Justice, Pixie, and Sun Pearl Kieran. So far, the deck's been pretty fun so far. Monument. We're just gonna hold on to Kieran. I don't want him gaining life. It was like 8 versus 11. That could be a big difference. And it looks like they're just playing like maybe the older build of the Mardu deck, but with Monument still. But they're playing Inevitable Defeat in there for bigger removal. So we want Requisition Raid. Strategic Betrayal, Nowhere to Run. The Bobble does seem okay here, but like the only creature we've seen is Iron Shield Elf. Try and stand our best one today. Oh boy. How'd that go? Holding on, holding on. I kind of want Rip or the Ooze. Oof. That sounds brutal. And annoying. Or some shit, yeah. I get that. Yeah, he sent it over to me. I tried it out. I forgot to respond to him. John and I brewed Esper Pixie up, and it probably looks very much different what you would expect. The grain effect is sick. I do agree. Gonna get the brick last night? Okay. We are playing 0 Storm Chaser talent and 0 Boomer basics. The way we're going to building it, the only card you'd be buying back is Boomerang basics. And in theory and like testing it so far, it seems fine. Of like playing this mostly creature base, low to the ground creature base build. Like we're trying to take advantage of Tiny Bone Trains up too. This new Sleepless Irons? Nope, I just don't remember the song. That's been the case. It's more all on Loki. Yeah, that's what we're building as. Does a deck function without Tiny Bone Trains up? In this matchup, I trimmed Tiny Bone Trains up down to 2 because they're playing Monument. Which to me doesn't make sense. Like, we barely seen their deck. Dark Confidant doesn't seem right here. Guess see the logic. John and I go in more detail. Like it was all like John and I had discussion about it. It was John's idea with the list. Like he was kind of discussing it, and then I was feeling like we're leading up to that. But I think we kind of were just talking most of the stream for the first half, almost 2 hours, and deck building, more self bounce. Love aggression. Mature prowess. Yeah. Still like a work in progress. Field work. They gonna deal this Cecil? I think that was fine. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. They're playing Dark Confidant also, and Monument. Looking a deck, they don't really go well together. Kind of playing a version with them, and all you found yourself holding. Look at a lot, so you're seeing so much memory plus talent. I can't really attack with Cecil. If they have a defeat, I'm dead. We will surveil too. Been those two. Sure. Well, I guess we make them discard a card. Concentrate on territory, probably too slow. Oh, there's a Gold Brood. They know about the seam rip. They gotta do something now. I feel like a Cosmic Grand is a little too slow in the format right now. Like I was thinking about it when we were building the deck. I was actually just hyper focused on Tiny Bones Joints up too. I like the card. It does its best Hopeless Nightmare impression. Back when we'll go guard tomorrow. Okay. Hope it goes well. Okay, I might be dead now. I'm dead. I just want to see what else they'll discard if they do it now. Okay, Shelter Ghost. Elmon can't go on the desk. We haven't seen any Bloodghast. Hmm. How do you pick Aster in 4 defeats? Yeah, I don't know. I feel we're in plat. They're probably still gonna do it. Never seen so much removal from them. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna keep this. I mean, like, this isn't terrible, but it's not great. We go turn 2 Origins, scry to put Justice Vance into play, turn 3, pick up Origins, replay it. Probably play Super Shredder first before we play Origins. I got a Hex. And how many Loki in this list? 4. Right now we got 3 in the main. I boarded some out. I boarded 1 out. $8 million. Loki got a mischief. Number 3. Yeah, like we want to be aggressive with the deck, but it feels like it's not being that aggressive. I also feel like I'm probably not. I don't think I'm mulliganing aggressively. And take 4 damage. We're actually dead. More than likely. Why? Never dead. I feel like Momo could get replaced. I was like staying LOL. Hey, Mox Addict. Is there too much removal? Maybe it's too much removal too. There's 8 pieces of removal on the main. 9 if you count Ain. 6 of it you can you can reuse all of it. So maybe we're supposed to go down a breaker or nowhere to run. We do have nowhere to run on the board. Now, what other creatures do we want to use in here? I don't sorry, the consoles. Also, too much removal? Yeah. I don't think we really need Authority of the Consuls. I know we looked at the hero cards earlier, but I just want to take a quick peek again. Mm-hmm. 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 Human hero villain. Oh, yeah, Eddie Broxton too. Thunderbolt's conspiracy. I'll look at the card in a second. How good is Eddie Brock? Like, we're never gonna transform Eddie unless we have like multiple starting downs. We have 8 1-drops. I kind of just want to play the card, to be honest, but I don't think it's good. Not bad. Go for anti-venom? That's too much white mana. I just kind of want to play the card. We are Venom. What's the winner of this over? Not good. 1 and 2. Third 3. We're only 3 matches in. Hell mail. Fear of Isolation. Hey, Scotty. Welcome in. Sure. So we're trying to play things that will trigger Loki, and decided to opt out of Fear of Isolation because that's not ability. That's an addition to cast. So I cut the 3rd Memento Breakers. I feel like we had too much removal in the main. I'm trying to figure something to toss in here. I'm looking for I'm just taking a peek at hero cards right now for Origin of the Avengers. This card's actually pretty solid. It feels solid. Like, I'm considering Eddie Brock, but I feel like if I play Eddie Brock, I want to play some Momo. John's convinced Momo is a solid 1-drop, but like when you put it back in your hand, pick it up, but like it's a 2-up. Hi. Let it go. Mm-hmm. Making an Esper cat deck. That's just our creature control. Left in the main set. This is from the main set, avatar set. There's 2 Momos in that set. Momo friendly flyer, Momo playful pet. Alright, is that symbol? A second Momo. For other 2-mana Momo, the only things we're gonna get a discount on are gonna be for 8 cards, Kieran, Justice Vance, and Ain. I'm not a fan of the idea of that. The Wondrous Wasp. That is something I did consider earlier, but I want to get another 1-drop to play as Momo. I think I want to play Eddie Brock, even though I probably shouldn't. Just trying to think like what is worth it here. And there is Dream Beavers, but like we're not really taking advantage of that. I mean, there's Tiny Bones. I think I'd rather play Tiny Bones than Momo. There's not enough other flyers. It's 8 total. Like Pixie doesn't even get a discount from that Momo. Hi. Yeah. Symbiote, as you know. I have Eddie Brock right here. I kind of want. I just want to play Eddie Brock just because I want to play the card. It probably shouldn't, but it's a hero. We could put it into play. We get to reanimate a 1-drop, potentially reanimate Pixie, pick something else up. Like there's lines of like Origin of the Avengers, Chapter 2, put Eddie Brock into play from hand without casting. Eddie Brock enters, reanimate Pixie, pick up Origin of the Avengers, recast Origin of the Avengers, scry 2, fix our draw for next turn. You kind of do that with Justice Vance already. You play Justice Vance from Origins, pick up Origins, recast Origins. The deck is probably bad. But I want to have fun. I think I want to play as Momo, but Momo hasn't come up that often, so I think I need to play a little bit more. What is with everybody in playing Mardu today? Probably a bad idea to do this, but I'm going to. The Opal draws. We are 1 and 2. And we're playing against Mardu again. Either way, it's gonna be 4 damage. Untap land, please. That's a nice. Downside is, I mean, this is no. We have no run in hand. The downside is I really shouldn't mill them. Doesn't really matter too much. Forgot about Menace. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna target them with this so I can draw a card. As long as Cecil lives, it's fine. Dun, dun, Okay. Mm-hmm. Very damage-based spells that they play. We got a 4. I forgot about Burst Lightning. Well, okay. Yep. Nobody plays it. Easy to forget. We ain't a Pixie that. Yeah. That's an Esper life gain insurance. Never attack or block with Cecil. last night. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Young Medicine is some pretty good music. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, I should have done the Ain play there. Is there more? This feels bad. Four lands are tapped and cast nothing. I guess I'd probably have a second burst. Probably dead anyway. Yeah. That burst or road here. Hold up Nord to run. And Ain. I'll take 3. Let's draw that. Nowhere off the elf and justice bounce, nowhere to run, and next turn Ain and response to trigger, minus power. Are they gonna road my justice mance? Okay. Well, I guess we'll attack for 3. I really want to get a land drop. I also want to hold a Bane. I think we have to hold a Bane. Hold up, nowhere to run. They're at 9. I'll take the 2. Sure. So you have a burst lightning. Chat, just a reminder, tomorrow we'll be streaming. Well, I gotta check, see if there's an event going on Thursday. If there is, then I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, taking Thursday and Friday off. Just now, hold Nord run. We're gonna take 4 damage from attacks. Have them attempt to cast a practice offense. Shoot. Well, they didn't level up. What am I worried about here? People have all above 10. You think up a punted? We'll discard next turn. Well, the problem now is they have practice offense. We're gonna get a bigger board state here. They'll get a counter from casting this, and then counter on everything. A 5, 13. We're forced to block here. We take 3. I can't attack in. Run the spell this game. It'd be nice. 22. Meh. Bombless pool is a fun thing. Oh, it's another bounce effect, right? With mono blue mounts. Okay. Mm-hmm. Did you make Mythic with the deck, or did you just have you been playing Mythic with it? You made Mythic with it? Cool. Had a crazy run. Mm-hmm. Execurin. Nowhere to run. Rolf and more. No crabs. Was Rolf 2 again? Oh, no. Okay, Giralf is that one that makes zombies or something when you cast it to sorceries. Planisphere. Do you have an untapped link? Six. Well, there's Tiny Bones joins up. Oh, you don't? Okay. Anti, are you in chat still? Give it that close though. You're here. Curious, what do you think? I'm gonna try building with talent again, another version. After playing Justice, I have a little bit more respect for the card. Especially with Loki wanting abilities to bounce things. I think Justice is probably what you want to play over Fear of Isolation. Kind of. To a point. Um I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how to make this playable. I think Origin of the Avengers seems like a solid card to consider still playing. The better because I just cut so much stuff. Or to build so extra. You think so? Or if you are. The problem is like, is Storm Chaser's Talent Boomerang Basics fine with everything else? Like, we are playing a lot of creatures. Yeah. Excuse me. Here to look at the map. It does. Come on. Have the Kieran. Four Storm Chaser for Sleuth Water for Slick Shot. We're not playing, is it? I don't know if I want to be a Kaido deck. Oh, lol. Chat, what do we think? Do we think Super Shredder was a bit extra? Jane Foster and Virus Beetle. What about Get Out? Get Out doesn't trigger Loki. Get Out is a good card. I do like Get Out. If we play Jane Foster, double blue is not terrible, but it can be. If we play Jane Foster, I think we have to consider playing Scythian Blade. Like John, I had a guest on the stream earlier, John, and he had that thought also. Super Shredder slow. Was on leave, and so it's kind of cool. We were playing Super Shredder with Justice Vance, and it seemed fine. Grimbobble too. We were playing Seam Rip in the main. We could play Grimbobble on the board. I'm gonna just toss two Super Shredder in here for now, while I figure things out. Maybe we are supposed to be Kaido deck. Waterbend Ascension instead of Loki. The whole point of playing this deck is Loki. His interaction. Kaido's premium. Moon, can you not? If Loki is a thing, yeah. Oh, my bad. Okay, so it gets trigger effect as well. Yeah. That was something we thought about, consider earlier. Like solid deck. Jutsu in your pixie back? Yeah. Just thinking here. No, get down. Stop. Stop it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 4, 8, 9, 10. This is 10 bounce effects here. Oh no, we got boomer basis. What am I talking about? That's 14 bounce effects, but 2 mana creature. Or we got a 3 mana creature here. Grows bigger. You know, Cecil. No, if you're on Kaido, you want to maximize your 1-drops. To get Kaido, which that could be Spyglass Iron also. Spider Sense. Oh, we're still trying to figure out the main board. The sideboard we'll figure out afterwards. One-drop maxing. This is 10 one-drop creature so far with Boomer Basics and Pixie with the talent that potentially be more. The thing with like Siren, it is an evasive creature and it gives you a token to trigger Loki. In this build, I feel like Supercharge is probably a little much. Are we on 4 Loki? Oh, then Loki. Yes. Now you stop it. Stop. Come on, Moon. Stop it. You need to calm down. Kitty cat. That's all the interactions just spouting. No, it's okay. No. Stop. Flutterwind nuisance. This really isn't a Flutterwind deck. I kind of maybe don't want to play Justice. Flash Wasp was not good enough on different deck build. On the other build, no, we didn't. Well, you can go 21 land. I wouldn't go 21 land in this. I want to be able to cast my 4-drop. There's another thought also, like going a political triumph route, having our 1-drop and go Cosmic Grand Zenith instead. So we'd be more of a go wide deck instead of a aggro deck, but I think where Kaido is probably better in the format right now. You have Kaido on blue black. Nice. Yeah, I think maybe we don't play Justice. Or man, 23 lands probably. And then I think we're Wonder Swasping. Siren, Stream Beaver, Super Shredder, Kaido, Blue Black Pile. Nice. I want to be greedy and play Super Shredder in this. I don't think we can, though. I mean, I could play 3 Loki and play Super Shredder. I need somebody to tell me I'm being too fucking greedy with that. I think it's too greedy to play, but I also think it's fun to play, and I think it's not terrible. Okay, we can just get big quick, yeah. A card, Super Shredder, in this build. Super Legendary. You think so? In this? We tried doing something like that. It didn't really work out. It was great. I mean, for a Kieran replacement, there is something. For a Pixie replacement, there isn't. I am willing to try out Ambrosia, like a 2-2 split between Ambrosia and Kieran. Find besiege them here to find shredders. We don't have enough things to sack for that. I mean, maybe we do, but no, that's way too color intensive. It'll be good. The problem is we got to figure out one card to cut, and I'm not going to play 22 lands in this. I want too many legendaries that you are able to go wide. Yeah. Be favorable, I think. Permanent Karen is fine. You think Cecil's a liability? In a deck we want 1-drops to be able to attack ninjutsu for Kaido and take advantage of Tiny Bone shines up. I just like Tiny Bone shines up and want to take advantage of it. I like Cecil. If Cecil eats a 1-drop removal spell, that's fine. I'm a Cecil fan. Another legendary 1-drop? Yeah, Tiny Bones, which sucks compared to Cecil. A 1-mana 1/1 Death Touch or a 1-man 2/3 at Death Touch that turns into a 4/4 lifelink. Yeah, there's Momo too. Momo's not as great for this deck, I think. I think we're gonna play Grimbobble in this version. In the main. And then we're making the choice between Demir for turn 1 instead of going Orzhov for turn 1. A 6 to meet you, and then they boomerang it. LOL. Going to tax Cecil. LOL. Yeah, but that's just the reality of some games. Like that just happens. What am I cutting here? I need to. Either we're cutting something or we're going 61 cards. I did play against Mardu 3 times in a row. So, like, they're just naturally aggressive also. You cut Kaido? No. That's the point of the deck, too. We're playing a 4th Kaido in the board. At this point, I'm playing 61 cards. I can't think of what else to cut. We're mostly black here. Maybe second shredder. Maybe. I was gonna land basis. Draw a card after surveil. My 2 lands is gonna feel bad though. And 21 drops, 15 2-drops, 0 3-drops, 4 3-drop. 3 4-drops. I still think that's a bit greedy to go 22 lands in this deck. Well, we'll consider it while making this mana base. A lot of times. True, but you want to build a chance to be able to cast your cast on 4. And then some sideboard cards might be more than 3 mana. Like if we play Day of Black Sun, you're gonna want to be able to get the 5 mana at times. Grand or 2 just to help filter cards. I'm not a fan of that here. With cards you want to be able to just return back to your hand and replay and need to be aggressive with them, not. I don't think Grand is where you want to be. More Young Medicine. They've been coming on a lot today. We're not gonna be able to afford to play the creature land, I don't think. Oh, Lord of Baelmer could be cool. Or Lord of Baelmer could be a sideboard card, potentially. Yeah, you're building a different deck at that point if you're playing Drum. Like, you're probably better off building a Momo deck at that point. I'm gonna double check this mana base. This 22 lands. I'll try 22 lands. I don't think it's going to work out. That's one or two besides Kaido. Do. I feel like I have too many starting towns. I don't want 12 Shocklands. 9 Shocklands probably fine. The one of, but not entirely sure what it would be. Probably something in the sideboard. I think if anything, Super Shredder is going to get cut eventually. I'm just kind of wanting to play Super Shredder to play Super Shredder. And with our mana base, everything's castable on curve. I really do think I can't. I don't know. I keep thinking the Super Shredder's going to get cut. a nice little threat. Feels a little weird not to have Relic here, but we got Kaido. We got Basics. Not Kaido, Loki. And we do got Kaido too. Yeah, I am. And shock or do a shock turn. Shocklands turn them on faster. What do we do? One Bleachbone Verge. Stream should be back to normal. So we have less painful mana base. I'm curious if we can get away with 3 starting town and 1 Bleachbone. I think we can. Well, Pixie can't be played turn 1, but that's fine. All right, we'll build a sideboard. I'm going to want Duress. Phantom Train and Shredder go together. Doesn't the Phantom Train do like some weird sacrifice stuff? That's from Final Fantasy, right? Sacrifice an artifact creature, put on 1 counter on its vehicle, becomes a spirit artifact. Oh. That'd be a little silly. Bum bum dun dun. Just tossing the mana base here, chat. Besiege Phantom Train, Hot Pursuit and Airships. Pretty fun. All right, so I'm thinking I want counter magic in the board for sure, like maybe negate, and I'm considering Spider Sense. I got 1 ooze, 1 vacuum. Mm-hmm. We got Seam Rips, Duress, Vacuum, Spider Sense, Ooze, Kaido. That'd be too much counter magic. A null. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Moon. No. No, Moon. No, kitty. Oh, no. I think that's decide between flash freeze or stroke. This one's board dives. Yeah. Flash freeze also hits a lot of red stuff. Like, is it stuff? Jessica Rev. Or I decide between Spider Sense and one of the other ones. No. Stop it. I could fall into the sky. Oh no, I walk 1,000 miles. Oh no? Oh no, what? That's leaking. Ha. Can't go over there, kitty. Oh, I forgot about Day Black Sun. I'd walk 1,000 miles. Really don't want to cut the Kaido, but I'm leaning towards cutting that fourth Kaido. Don't stop. No, actually, probably Ain. Moon, stop. Making my way to the town. To the sky. And Tiny Bones joins up. It's doing its Hopeless Nightmare impression. I want to play it. The 2 damage. And we're playing Legends. Like, we're playing Loki. It triggers Loki, so we're drawing cards. Anytime we play a Legend and we have Loki in the field, target opponent, they mill a card, we draw a card. They mill a card, lose a life, we draw a card. The whole that's they're kind of a package deal together. It's probably supposed to be for Loki. I also feel like for Loki is too much at the same time. Hmm. I'm actually gonna save that list for tomorrow, chat. We're gonna play that tomorrow on stream. It is almost 11:30 here, my time. So I do need to go to bed. I have work in the morning. So do me a favor, hang out for the raid while I'll send you guys over to anti-negative stream. And for those watching on Twitch, everybody else, I'm gonna be ending the stream here for you guys. If you haven't done so yet, be sure to follow the channel. Click the follow button wherever you're watching, or subscribe. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow as long as I have that event I'm going to on Thursday. No problem. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that, old Scotty. Appreciate it, Shaft. Oh, Benji. I appreciate the raid. I was actually just ending the stream. I gotta go to bed. I got work in the morning. Oh no, but also raid. LOL. Well, I just canceled for a second. Everybody just came into the raid. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. Hi, my name is Jaffer. I play a lot of Magic the Gathering, a lot of Standard, a lot of Pioneer. Pioneer's my favorite format. We were actually just brewing Esper Pixie with Loki. We're having some fun with that. I hope you had a good stream. But yeah, if you enjoy Magic content, if you're new here, be sure to follow the channel. I'll be live again tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central. We'll be playing this Esper Pixie list that we brewed to get up. It's this list right here. But also do me a favor, if you haven't done so yet, go follow me on all the other socials too. And join the Discord server. All the links are right there. So that way you can check those all out and stay up to date on my content and stuff. I have some new kind of content that is... Hey, Benji, thanks for the follow. I have some new content I plan on starting to do hopefully next week. I haven't really seen it be a thing in the Magic space. Be sure to follow Benji chat if you haven't done so. So I noticed in a lot of other TCGs, there's like POV tournament content where they wear like a camera on them, like they mount it on like their hat, or they have like one of those neck things and neck mounts, and they just play like their local events. So I'm gonna try that out, and I hope people enjoy it. I thought it'd be a fun idea to do that. I'm getting my camera on Friday. About Friday, I'm gonna get it, so I'm gonna try to get that all figured out. And if it works out, I'm gonna try and make some YouTube content about that way. So be sure to go follow, subscribe to the YouTube if you haven't done so yet. Cat log stream, just cat. But I'm gonna be calling it a night here, chat. I'm gonna send you guys over to Anti-Negative. Anti-Negative is a super cool dude. So just hang out for the raid while we go over there, and I'll be back tomorrow. So everybody have a wonderful night, and thank you again for all the follows and the raids and everything. See you later.